In 1944, the nursing profession in South Africa was the first in the world to obtain self-regulation and be granted autonomy in terms of the Nursing Act No. 45 of 1944. The existence of the SA Nursing Council as a statutory professional body is therefore mandated by the Nursing Act 1944 through an Act of Parliament. Since its inception in 1944, a process to transform the council continued, culminating in the amalgamation of the previously existing nursing councils, then named Bophuthatswana, Ciskei, Transkei, and South African, to form the South African Interim Nursing Council in 1995. This led to the inauguration of the first Democratic Nursing Council in June 1998, the first among all professional councils to establish a democratic council. This council continued with the transformative process whereby a process of repealing the Nursing Act 1978 was initiated. Recommendations by a ministerial task team in 2001, which revisited all acts of health professions, were captured in the Nursing Act 2005 and formed the philosophical background for the content of the revised and current Nursing Act No. 33 of 2005. The primary purpose of the Act is to transform the Nursing Council in order to increase the protection of the interests of the public and to promote greater accountability of council members and management. In terms of Section 3 of the Nursing Act 2005, the Nursing Council is to establish, improve and control conditions, standards and quality of nursing education and training. Section 4 of the Nursing Act makes provision for the accreditation and inspection of nursing education institutions, the monitoring of assessments conducted by accredited institutions, the conducting of nursing examinations, and the granting of diplomas and certificates. Section 58, subsection 1F of the Nursing Act 2005 provides for the making of regulations relating to qualifications and the conditions to be complied with, which entitles a person to be registered as a nursing practitioner. The council members of the SA Nursing Council are elected via a nomination process and are appointed by the Minister of Health. The council comprises 25 members for a period of 5 years. The chairperson and registrar of the council are both appointed by the Minister of Health. The council is self-funding, mainly through the annual fee collection from members. There are currently 11 working committees within council, assisting it in carrying out its mandate in terms of the Act. These committees are Executive Committee, Professional Conduct Committee, Preliminary Investigating Committee, Impairment Committee, Section 51 of the Act, Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, Education Committee, Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, Communication and Marketing Committee, ICT Governance Committee, Finance Committee, Audit and Risk Committee. The Executive Committee comprises the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and 6 council members appointed within the scope of the Nursing Act. This is the only committee that may exercise all the powers and perform all functions of the council except for inquiries into charges of unprofessional conduct and amending or setting aside decisions of the council. The vision of the SA Nursing Council is excellence in professionalism and advocacy for healthcare users, and is underscored by its mission that states, "We serve and protect healthcare users by regulating nursing and midwifery professions." Guided by the values of advocacy, caring, quality, professionalism, innovation, relevance. The objectives of the South African Nursing Council are to serve and protect the public, perform its functions in the best interest of the public, promote the provision of nursing services to the inhabitants of the Republic, establish, improve and control conditions as well as standards and quality of nursing education and training, maintain professional conduct and practice standards for practitioners, promote and maintain liaison and communication with all stakeholders, advise the Minister on the amendment or adaptation of this Act, be transparent and accountable to the public in achieving its objectives and in performing its functions, uphold and maintain professional and ethical standards within nursing, and promote the strategic objectives of the Council. The business areas within the Nursing Council comprise the Secretariat, Education and Training, Finance and Administration, Human Resources, Information Technology and Management, Legal Affairs, Marketing and Communication, and Professional Practice. The Nursing Council currently has 150 staff members, of which 18 are in management positions. The Council head office is situated at 602 Pretorius Street, Arcadia, Pretoria. Contact us on the South African Nursing Council, guardian of the nursing profession.
Greetings to all. Good morning. Sanbonan, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen. That's due to time. That's where I will stop. All right. Greetings from the SANC. In front with me here, I've got the office bearers of SANC, which will be introduced to you in due course. But as it is procedure, with the SANC events, we normally hold a moment of commemoration where each one of us are afforded an opportunity to get closer to their God so that we get the wisdom to run this program the best we could. So I'm now giving you this 1 minute of commemoration. I think the minute is done. Thank you very much. I think as the program is in your bags, there's a document like this in your bags. So it's going to show you how we're going to run the program. It's a foldable document. In front, you will have the program, and then also the forward by the chairperson, as well as the biographies of the speakers at the back. So I think that's the document that we are going to use as we continue with our proceedings. Just also as a request for courtesy, is that we ensure that our cell phones are on silence, and then we also ensure that we actually wait to be recognized to speak, so that we actually make it a professional event as we could. And we actually have got the delegates that are present here, and also the delegates that are available online. So greetings to you as well, those delegates that are online. So I actually would like then, without wasting much time, to call upon the first nurse within the South African Nursing Council, who is the chairperson of the Nursing Council. She is a PhD holder from the University of Johannesburg, and she has practiced in senior management as well as practice at the academic settings. So the biography of my chairperson is actually also in the program, so you can actually read more about her profile. And I think without wasting time, I would like to ask her then to come and welcome us to the event. How about you, Chair?
Thank you very much for that acknowledgement. Mushibudu Melepo is my name, as indicated. I was asked by the 16th Council Collective to chair, and the minister then enters his signature. Thank you, Chairperson of this session. Grant that I so overwhelmingly, heartily acknowledge in gratitude the nurses of our country, the Deputy Director General, who will be here soon from the Department of Health, acknowledge the head of departments of health from different provinces, the government chief nursing officer who is injured, and we wish her well, but the office is well represented here today. The chairperson of the 15th Council of the South African Nursing Council, Professor Bengu, the former registrar of the South African Nursing Council and Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Sizo Mkunu. Welcome the members of the 16th Council of the South African Nursing Council, the South African Nursing Council staff, senior management, and also acknowledge the organizing team led by Ms. Adri van Heerden and Dr. Krishni here, as you have been, they have been serving you with registration documents as you come in. Also acknowledge and welcome the Registrar and the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Nursing Council, Professor Ntombifekile Mjali, and welcome all the nurse leaders and managers of our country, all the nurse educators, all the nurse researchers, all the nurse clinical practitioners, all the nurse entrepreneurs, all our student representative councils and students that are in this hall today. Also a special welcome to our Southern African Development Community Nursing and Midwifery Fora. Namibia is here with us, and we also awaiting those others that indicated that will be coming. Also to all the nurse managers in hospitals, in clinics, everywhere else. Also all the nursing unions, all the nursing associations, all the health or nursing activists or influencers, all of you, the 500 in this hall, the 1,000 online, I welcome you. I've given this opportunity for this second South African Nursing Council Nursing Indaba with the theme, The Future of Nursing. The first Indaba we already held in 2018, and this is the second one that we are holding, and therefore, by virtue of this attendance, we realize the enthusiasm from the nurses, and we appreciate it, and that gives us enthusiasm to continue going on with the issues that are at our hands. We wanted to pick up on this momentum. The council is here to report on the strategic plan document of what they had instituted to do in the 5 years. We are going to give the snapshots of what we have achieved, given the COVID that we all experience, but there are some issues that we managed to do as we had planned them. COVID-19 came and consumed us. We soldiered on. We learned valuable lessons. We identified deficiencies in preparation of our nurses and ourselves, the need for other skills and knowledge in our nurses. Unfortunately, we lost some soldiers in the fight, and to that effect, the council erected a wall of remembrance in honor of the nurses that have lost the fight during COVID. We appreciate that the last week, in the last few weeks, we had a presidential health summit, and one pillar in the presidential health summit that was new was epidemic preparedness. And therefore, the people that were there, because we were also represented as a council, making inputs into the epidemic preparedness, we are hoping that should any other epidemic come to our shore, they will find us well prepared. Today, as we gather here, Through the mercy of the super deity that controls the universe and our being, we, the nurses, we yearn to see the future of this profession being nurtured and continuing to be the profession of choice for our young people. And as our country makes strides towards the implementation of the universal health coverage through national health insurance, as Dr. Crispy will be here tomorrow to really indicate to us the role that is needed in the NHI by the system, we are urging our country that as we strengthen all our health systems to be ready, that we ensure that we invest in nursing and in the nurses, so that we ensure that we have them there determining policy, we have them there in direct leadership, we have them there to also define the technology that will assist the nurses in implementing their practice, and the environment in which we, as the nurses, will be practicing, that will ensure growth, enthusiasm, and positivity. It is usually said the nurses are the bone of the health system. And we are saying we are the bone, yes. We are the future. And forever as there is a health system, there are nurses. I am proud to be a nurse. You are all welcomed to the second South African Nursing Council, Nursing Indaba, and it is hereby declared open. I thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. That was my chairperson of the South African Nursing Council. And I think now that you are all welcomed, I would also like to orientate you to your bag. I think in your bag, you do have the program, as I have mentioned, but we've also added the Nursing Act so that you actually can acclimatize yourself with the Nursing Act. But we also gave you a complimentary token. And that token is written, "Be that nurse." And we are asking you, as you drink or as you protect yourself from the shade, to pass on the message of being that nurse that brings hope, that provides care, that actually assists those that are in need of our services. And then also we have a document which you can use to update the information so that we're able to send documents to you properly. So we're asking you to complete that, and then you can hand it over to the SANC staff that is actually outside. So the virtual colleagues, you are allowed to ask questions, and then we'll try to answer those questions. But if we're unable to answer them, please ensure that in your question you write your SANC number and your email so that we're able then to respond to you as when the Indaba is done. But also for us that are here, you may find that we may not be able to answer all the questions at the time. Again, there's a book that is outside, which actually you can use to actually record the questions that you would like to ask from us, and then we'll endeavor to answer those questions. So for now, those are the stories that I have. But having the chairperson spoken, she mentioned the issue that there is this is the 16th council. So I will ask another office bearer in terms of the organization, who's our registrar and the CEO, Professor Mchali, then to come and actually present the council members to us. She is a professor, and she has worked in an academic setting, even to management levels. And then she has also been in a practice space when she was seconded to the National Department of Health. And she continues to supervise and actually has produced many doctoral and master's students, and has conducted research worldwide. And then she's also been a director of a WHO collaboration center in UKZN. So, Reg, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Program Director, for the introduction. And thank you very much, Chairperson, for acknowledging all the delegates online and present here. Special greetings to the DDG and the nursing directorate from the National Department of Health. And then my task here is simple, is to introduce the council members, the governance structure of the nursing profession in the country. We are honored to have them with us here. May I request that they come on stage? Thank you. So while they are coming on stage, I will start by introducing those who are appointed according to the Act or the categories in the Act. Then follow with those who are representing the communities, and then lastly, those who are bringing in specialist knowledge according to the different fields required according to the Act. So I will request that if I mention your name, then you just move forward. Thank you, so that they can see you. So this is the council in person. You hear about them and the decisions they make. So these are the faces that are governing our profession in the country. So thank you very much. May I have the first slide, please? So I'm going to start with the chairperson of council, Dr. Moshibudu Molepo. And she is the chairperson of the executive. Thank you. Next is the chairperson, Dr. Sbusiso Zuma. Yes, he is the vice chairperson of the 16th Council, the vice chairperson of the Executive Committee, chairperson of Preliminary Investigating Committee, member of the Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, member of the COVID-19 Command Committee referred to earlier by the chairperson, then member of the Audit and Risk Committee, member of the Nursing Excellence Awards. Then next is Ms. Mary Mahoro. She is the chairperson of Human Resources and Remunerations Committee, chairperson of the COVID-19 Command Committee, and member of the ICT Governance Committee. Thank you. Professor Snegukuduma. She is the chairperson of the Education Committee and vice chairperson of the Impairment Committee. Thank you. Professor Agnes Machene. She is the chairperson of the Professional Conduct Committee, vice chairperson of Education Committee, chairperson of the Nursing Excellence Awards Committee, and member of the Research Committee. Thank you. Dr. Rina de Swart. She is the chairperson of Communications and Marketing Committee, member of Preliminary Investigating Committee, and member of the COVID-19 Command Committee. Thank you. Mr. Nsabele, he is the member of the Executive Committee, chairperson of Impairment Committee, vice chairperson, Communications and Marketing Committee, member of the COVID-19 Command Committee, member of the Nursing Excellence Awards Committee. Dr. Lula Mankonso, she is the member of the Professional Conduct Committee. Thank you. Dr. Elizabeth K. Peterson, the member of the Executive Committee, Vice Chairperson, Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, member of COVID-19 Command Committee, member of Education Committee, member of the Nursing Excellence Awards. Thank you. Dr. Nelois Khayer, member of the Practice and Laws, member of the Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, sorry, member of the Professional Conduct Committee. Thank you. Dr. Hafisa Ali, the Vice Chairperson of the Professional Conduct Committee and member of Finance Committee. Dr. Sindisiwe Mthembu, member of the Education Committee, member of Human Resources and Remunerations Committee, and member of Research Committee. Thank you. Dr. Penny Otten, member of the Executive Council Committee, member of the Impairment Committee, member of Research Committee, and member of Laws, Practice and Standards Committee. Thank you. Ms. Florence Newton, member of the Impairment Committee and member of Communications and Marketing Committee. Ms. Zipporah Ramaila, member of the Communications Committee and Marketing Committee, member of ICT and Governance Committee, member of Preliminary Investigating Committee, and member of COVID-19 Command Committee. Thank you. Then Ms. Catherine Buyane, now is the next category. She is the officer of the National Department of Health, representing the department in the council. She is the member of the Executive Council. What happened to her? Okay. So she's the member of the Council, Executive Committee, member of Education, and Laws, Practice and Standards Committee. Next. Mr. Matsomela. He's the community representative. He's the chairperson of ICT Governance Committee, member of Council Executive Committee, vice chairperson, Human Resources and Remunerations. Next. Ms. Dudu Zilengidi. She is the member of Communications and Marketing Committee. Then specialist knowledge, Ms. Trudy Kaseke, with the specialized knowledge in law. She is the chairperson, Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, member of Audit and Risk Committee, member of Preliminary Investigating Committee. Thank you. With the specialist knowledge in education, it's Professor Chinwala, member of the Education Committee, member of ICT Governance Committee, member of Communications and Marketing Committee. With the knowledge, specialized knowledge in consumer affairs, it's Mr. Rabotapi. She is the chairperson of Audits and Risk Committee, member of Preliminary Investigating Committee, member of the COVID-19 Command Committee, and member of the Nursing Excellence Awards Committee. Thank you, sir. Mr. Simon Choma is not here. He's the pharmacist and a member of Finance Committee and Professional Conduct Committee. Thank you. Next. Mr. Chimomola, he's also not here, but he's the chairperson of Finance and member of the Executive Committee. Next. And then the last one is Ms. Sophie Molokane Machika, who is the community representative, but she's not here as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the council member.
All right, thank you very much, Reg, for introducing the council members. And I think the delegates can see that the council was comprising of various skills and expertise. So decision made get to go through a robust process. And I think there was also generational mix amongst the council members. So we appreciate your service. And I hope I'm correct here to say that as you were seeing them on stage, they are the 16th council, which then comes to the end of their term on the 22nd of August. So it's possible that amongst yourself, there are those who are going to take over the baton from us that will be ending our term of the 16th council. So without wasting further time, then the chairperson of council is now going to come and actually give you what was intended to be done by these 25 members of the 16th council. And the chairperson, I think I can give you the stage. Over to you, Chair.
Good morning once again. I want to indicate that of the 25-member councils, we had a council member, Ms. Nonhle Gomede, who was a representative of the National Department who passed on earlier, and Ms. Mbuani, who was mentioned here, is a replacement for Ms. Nonhle Gomede, and may perpetual light shine upon her. I'm going to try to condense a 30-page document into this 20 minutes. I just want to indicate that the 16th Council said to look into what is it that they can do in the 5 years, but in the Council there is a continuity from what the 15th Council has been doing, where we're taking the baton from them, and what the 17th Council will take as a baton from the 16th Council to continue with the activities. And over that, then look into what activities can they add to the goals that they want to achieve in their term of office. And there are new issues in this term of office that are happening that were not there in the 15th Council, and therefore you will also be given an opportunity tomorrow to indicate what is it that you think the 17th Council should also take into consideration in their strategic planning document. And therefore, we're bringing in the snapshots of those that we have managed to achieve amidst the COVID-19 pandemic that really brought every entity, every department to a halt for almost 2 years. Thank you. The video has introduced how the council processes happen when council members are appointed. So I'm going to jump those slides that talks to the 25-member councils, how they are appointed, and then I will maybe start with the committees. Can I have the next? Shall we jump that one that was addressed by the video? This one was addressed by the video. If it's okay with members seated here, thank you. This one was also addressed by the video. I'm going to come to this slide. As the registrar and CEO was presenting the council members, he was presenting the members that belong to different committees. The council has statutory committees, and those committees that the council can establish as they see fit in the governance structure of council. As the 25-member council, we are the governance of the South African Nursing Council. The office headed by the registrar and CEO then implement in many ways all the activities to address the strategic goals, the strategic focus areas that the council has put up to and also to fulfill the work of council. The council looks at different committees that can be established to take over the functions of council. The executive committee was actually introduced to you, and those members were introduced to you. People that belong to the professional conduct committee were introduced, and those that belong, we have an education committee of council. The research committee of council is a new thing with the 16th council. So we started to put up a research committee looking into the fact that the council as a whole is a minefield of research context for all nurses and non-nurses, nurse enthusiasts and researchers, so that we set up issues and protocols on how and priorities to assist people and ourselves as a council into ensuring that research is conducted. The Social and Ethics Committee has not yet been established. It has been an input from the review of the organizational structure and the appointments of new executives and senior management into council that has really brought a lot of growth to the council itself. An audit and risk committee we already have with the finance committee. If we look at, during the COVID, we established a COVID command committee, like in all facilities, there were COVID command committee. In our council meeting of March, we dissolved this committee because of the directive also from the department and the directive from the National COVID Command Council in relation to the fact that it is no longer a pandemic in our country, but is still with us, that we need to understand. We do have that Human Resource and Remuneration Committee headed by Ms. Makgoro, as she was introduced. We have that ICT Governance Committee headed by Ndade Molefe Matsomela, and also the Impairment Committee. These are statutory. The Laws and Practice Committee, statutory as well, and the Communications and Marketing Committee, the Preliminary Investigative Committee, which is also statutory as well, as you indicate, because they relate to education and practice in the main. If I can take the next one. The mission, oh, maybe I should do this myself, thank you. The council strives for excellence and advocacy for healthcare users. You will understand that in the main, Health Council is not for itself, but we striving for the public so that we can protect it through regulating the profession. We wanted to serve and protect the healthcare users by regulating the nursing and the midwifery profession, and therefore we put up these values as advocacy, caring, quality, professionalism, innovation, and relevance. When the people that goes to the Nursing Council and use the lift, you will realize that these value statements are pasted in the lifts of the South African Nursing Council. And our mandate statutorily is to regulate the nursing and midwifery profession by establishing and maintaining nursing education as well as practice standard, whilst we advocate for the interest of the public. When this 16th Council came into effect in 2018, we set up the 3 strategic focus areas that we wanted to focus on, and therefore we wanted to reposition and re-engineer the South African Nursing Council. We also continued to regulate the nursing profession. Our goal was also to continue to advise the minister on matters relating to health, and therefore we have few achievements in that regard relating to the strategic focus areas. What we did then was we wanted to focus in the main on ensuring that the council, the Nursing Council as an office, has a fit for purpose organizational structure. And with that, we filled in the post of the Chief Finance Officer, we filled in the post of the Corporate Service Executive, the Company Secretary, the Senior Manager Audit and Risk, the Senior Manager Information Communications Technology. And we reviewed then and developed a lot of policies to assist and facilitate the organization to continue to function. In repositioning and re-engineering this organization, these are just some of the activities. A lot of activities are there in terms of the annual operational plan and in the annual performance plan of council. All council members underwent a workshop on King 4, and then, because of the appointment of the Senior Manager Audit and Risks, the risk-based internal audit strategic plan and the annual plan was developed together with the combined assurance framework in line with King 4. And therefore, the Senior Manager Audit and Risks was very instrumental in ensuring that all these issues are well addressed. The fraud management framework and fraud management policy procedures were put in place. Members will be aware that the council is not immune to fraud, specifically that we still had also examinations that were running of the legacy qualifications. But therefore, the whistleblowing hotline or SANC is on the SANC website. We are all aware of that one. I think that is a repetition. Thank you. For this term of office, we introduced performance management system in the council. It is still in its infancy stage. I think this is the second year. We're going towards the third. So the SANC office is still getting used to the performance management and development system. We approved a policy, and therefore we're implementing that policy as we are doing. Yes, the organizational values campaign. The people that had the opportunity to walk into the South African Nursing Council office, they will actually see all these values change campaigns that are pasted all over. And therefore we indicated, and then we did the change management program, and we launched them under the slogan, #Building a Better SANC, to ensure that every business unit within the SANC, all their activities are geared toward the strategic focus areas of the strategic plan of the South African Nursing Council. We also, out of so many years struggling, we received an unqualified audit opinion for 2019-2020 financial year, and that was a plus for us. We have the company secretariat, as I have indicated, and therefore our compliance universe is really being well built up, and therefore we are reporting as expected in terms of the provisions of the Act. Something that people have been complaining about, and I think also in public service, this has been something that we are complaining about. We are not also immune to it, but our service providers were complaining that we are not paying them within 30 days, and we have managed to do that in this term of office. We are doing that, except where the service provider himself or herself has not submitted the necessary documents so that he can be remunerated. We have developed a finance strategy. With that one we have done with. We're just now looking into the revenue framework currently that we are instituting, and therefore we're looking into that. One other thing is, I think we are mostly aware of the PEPSAL deductions for annual practicing fees, because many nurses were really being struck off the roll. They then go at midnight to pay, and the regulation says your money must be in the SANC finance books on or by the 31st of December. And ministers have been aggrieved about that in the main. And therefore the PESAL system has really assisted the nurses in that regard. And also the private hospital groups also are paying in bulks for their nurses, and therefore it's not only the PESAL system from public service, but the private hospitals are also paying, some of them are paying in bulks for all their nurses. Then we thought of how can we improve service delivery to the nurses, the profession, to the people we serve. And then we then took up, and then we developed, the service charter was developed, and we are implementing that. As you walk into the council, you will realize that it is pasted all over. We redesigned the SANC website to support most of the activities that you are doing, and we found that people indicate as they give us feedback that it is user-friendly, and we launched that communication and marketing strategy. And we also appointed a facility manager that has actually improved spaces, committees, and within the council. As you walk in, you will realize a lot of changes as if you walk into the SANC building. Then it's because of the facilities managers and other critical stakeholders, other critical skills that we have appointed. We looked into, you will realize from where you are seated that whilst you are doing hard as nurses, whilst you are working hard as nurses, there are all the things the nurses didn't do well are the things that actually catches the headlines. And then we wanted to realize and wanted to put up there that we want to improve the image of the nursing profession. And therefore, we really did that. We concluded that we will have a video. There is a video that the council uses in the stakeholder meetings and as we move around, the one that's saying nursing as a career, and therefore also improved on the pamphlets that are being spread around, that you can also collect and give to NEIs and we give to high school students so that they really realize what nursing is as a career. Also, council shall remember that for the previous ICN nurses, the 12th May Nurses Day, the council concentrated on Be That Nurse. And we printed a lot of pamphlets that we gave to provincial health managers to put into their facilities as well, so that it will encourage the nurse to be that exceptional nurse. If people are talking about how bad the nurse are, you be that exceptional nurse amongst those ones that they are talking about. I indicated the issue of COVID. Members will realize that we, as a council, we unveiled a wall of remembrance, and the Deputy Minister of Health was there to unveil this wall of remembrance in honor of all the nurses that we have lost during COVID. For the first time this year, in this 16th council, then we looked into improving the image of the profession. All of the negative reports that we're getting, whilst we know that there are nurses that are working so hard in our country, then we are tonight going to, for the first time, give the Nursing Excellence Awards that you took part in, that you submitted, that these are the people we work with, that these are the people that are doing an excellent job. Then in improving stakeholder management through modernized communication system, we just wanted to indicate here how you engage with the council, so that you realize that yes, you are engaging us because people are using the e-register, the website, the walk-in clients, you are using Facebook, you are using live chats, you are using, giving us Facebook messages. We appreciate that engagement. Thank you very much. In terms of nurse training, we are aware that we have a landscape that we had to go through, but our education and training standards are up in phase. Our guidelines for pre-service training are there in running, and a PGD, which has been a very much headache for us, we approved them, and in our collaboration with National Department, NCHE, you are aware of the joint statement that there has been, that we have issued. And the registration of the foreign nationals also, we looked into it, we approved the document that we put in front of us, and then we also have this assessment and moderation policy approved. We accredited the 2 undergraduate programs and 53 postgraduate diploma programs. We still have a long way to go in our hands with regard to postgraduate diploma programs that are still in the pipeline and need to go through. We have a learner affairs department that is established together with the monitoring and evaluation. And our memorandum of agreement with CHE and SANC on our roles and how our roles can be brought together to improve the services that we give to the nurses, the joint statement that I referred to. You are aware that we are now piloting. Oh, I'm not seeing. Thank you very much.
No, they say closer to the mic, check.
You can't hear me.
Think for recording purposes.
Oh, thank you. You are aware that we are piloting our nursing standards in your facilities, 10 of them. You are aware that you are also rolling out CPD in provinces. We selected 4 provinces for now, and there we have instituted, and then we have established an inspectorate department. We still need to fill it up so that we can service you properly. In the 16th council, then we instituted this committee, which wasn't there before. Like I have indicated, we realized that we have a lot of data. We are a minefield in relation to whether research is concerned. We have shared our research priorities with stakeholders, and we're still looking into how we can fund the research that you are doing, probably on behalf of council, where it's supposed to be. Then in the 16th council, this is a new thing that we did here at the 16th council. We collaborated with other regulatory bodies within the SADC region. And we were very successful in that. And to that effect, today, Namibia is here joining us as part of our partners in this SADC fora, Nursing and Midwifery Fora. that is the logo that we looked at, how we are going to be collaborating, how we're going to running our business through it. We had, I think, 3 meetings since we launched, so it is running very well. There are things we couldn't achieve. Licensure examination, we worked so much on it, but we had glitches, COVID, glitches relating to our ICT systems, glitches because we identified that there is also some task analysis issues that we need to do before we reach that level. Also, there are things that are still outstanding that you are aware of. Some people keep asking us about the regulations relating to the scope of practice, regulations relating to the private nurse practitioners. Those are the regulations. In improving the image of council, we set ourselves to say we need to develop something called servant leadership. We wanted to check whether we as a council serve you, the profession, or whether we really serve the interest of the public. A lot of work has been done in terms of the service leadership development to the level of statisticians. It is not yet approved, but it's not yet implemented, but a lot of work has happened through that. We had glitches with our member management system, something that we have been talking to you about in our stakeholder meetings, and we have glitches that levels also to legal issues, and that is a setback for us. Yes, we have these nurses of the country, 500 of you seated here, 1,000 of you here online. We said, we wanted you, tomorrow there is a session that is on the couch, to say this is what we set ourselves up to do. But maybe there are also issues that you think the council should be taking into their hands as a strategic plan for the next 5 years, and therefore we wanted to give you that opportunity tomorrow. You will say, maybe you have looked into improving service delivery, into regulating this, you need to do this. Thank you very much.
I don't think we must leave this so that you do the introduction. Let me want to drink some water here a little bit.
All right, thank you very much. My chairperson also has got to introduce the guest speaker. I'm a nurse, so I'm carrying in the process. Yes. So she's going to introduce the ministerial representative who's with us here. So I thought she must just do so that she can sit once and for all. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Zuma. Thank you for carrying our short. Dr. Alban Pillay is a South African national who currently holds the position of the Deputy Director General for Health Regulations, Compliance, Health Entities, and Councils. He is a member of the Council for Medical Schemes. He sits on the Global Fund Expert Advisory Committee and the UNICEF Gavi Expert Advisory Committee. He is an honorary senior lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. His research has been focused on drug utilization, knowledge, attitude, and behavior of prescribers, drug selection by pharmacy and therapeutics committees, meta-analysis and systemic reviews, and cost-effective analysis. He earned his PhD from the University of Newcastle, Australia, and also holds a Master's of Clinical Pharmacology from Nelson Mandela School of Medicine and a Bachelor's of Pharmacy from the University of the Kingdom of KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, Dr. Alban Pillay, the nurses of the country awaits. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Nursing Council for the invitation to speak to you today. Usually not good to start with apologies, but let me apologize for the minister not being able to attend today. But I think he may try to catch up with this Indaba at some point during its deliberations. Program Director, Chairperson of the Board of the South African Nursing Council, members of the Council, the Registrar and CEO, representatives from the provincial health departments and the private health sector, the nursing academic community, representatives of labor and related organizations, the student representatives and nursing community at large, and I understand we also have a guest from Namibia. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's certainly a great honor to deliver this speech on the special occasion of the Nursing Indaba, arranged by the outgoing 16th Council of the South African Nursing Council. I understand that this is the third event of its kind, which is looking at the way forward in terms of the future of nursing. I do want to congratulate the Council in thinking about this. I am responsible for the regulation of entities as well as professional health councils, and it's only the Nursing Council that actually gives feedback to the profession in terms of what it's done over the period. And secondly, asks the profession to share its thoughts as it moves into the next phase of a new council. So I think that's really important. I think it's an important democratic process to get feedback and also account to the profession itself. The country and the world just emerged from the most devastating pandemic experienced by humankind, which is the COVID-19 pandemic, which hit the country and the world when it was least expected, and along with it brought uncertainty, anxiety, loss of hope, and fatigue. The health system had to be prepared in real time for multitudes of admissions to intensive care units and general wards in hospitals. I think no textbook or training could have readied us for a pandemic of this nature. It experienced an avalanche of patients, which we saw globally as well as in South Africa. The already constrained health system had to care for many acutely ill patients, exacerbating the limited resources even further. I think we're sitting in a situation where we already have limited resources, and I think the COVID pandemic just exacerbated that. However, at the forefront of saving lives were nurses who made sacrifices under difficult and impossible conditions to save patients' lives at the cost of their own health and safety. I remember having to lead the pandemic when it broke in March 2020 in South Africa, and hearing the stories of nurses who couldn't go back home simply because of the risk to their families and children, etc. So a very big thank you to the nursing community, to the sacrifices that you've made. If any member of the public ever doubted the crucial role and contribution that nurses make in making the health system resilient and sustainable, then the COVID-19 pandemic would have certainly changed their minds about that. Program Director, you would have noticed a week or so ago, the World Health Organization has actually announced that the COVID-19 pandemic no longer constitutes a global health emergency of international concern. However, as the ministry and the department, it is important to clarify that this does not mean that the pandemic is over. In fact, the pandemic remains very much with us, an important cause of morbidity and mortality, especially in high-risk populations, such as the elderly and people living with comorbidities. This is the message that we should be sending to the communities out there as we move into this next phase of the pandemic. We are forever indebted to the bravery demonstrated by the nurses in the fight against this pandemic, and must always put our thoughts and prayers to the families and colleagues that lost their loved ones during the pandemic. I urge all of you to utilize the lessons learned as a way of lifelong learning in preparation for an event that may pose a threat to our health system. We understand that this pandemic may not be the last, and so we certainly need to gather the lessons that we've learned from the one that just passed. After all, continuous professional development is an important element of nursing practice, and nurses' lifelong learning that enhance the knowledge and improves the skills and upkeep to date with recent evidence. Let me take this opportunity to commend the role played by the 16th Council and the administration of the Nursing Council during the pandemic, that of proactively supporting the profession by taking initiatives and adjusting the Nursing Council's operations and regulations as a way of appreciating and valuing the country's nurses and midwives' commitment and sacrifice at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think the chairperson has outlined a number of those activities. The profession benefited when the Nursing Council took a decision to restore for free those nurses who wanted restoration onto the nursing register for the sole purpose of rendering services and aiding the prevention of the spread of COVID-19. I think this was an extraordinary step that helped bring on so many nurses that would not have been available otherwise to respond to the pandemic. The Council further resolved to waive annual fees increases for the year 2021-2022. The Council, on more than two occasions, restructured statutory requirements for student nurses training affected by the national lockdown so that students could still meet their theoretical and work-integrated learning requirements. I do remember this period very well as well, when we were really running short of nurses to be able to respond to the number of patients that we had in our ICUs and high care. The Nursing Council also issued supportive guidelines regarding the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak on nursing education and training, on managing interrupted learning and learning activities. The pandemic also taught us many things, and one of the things we learned about is Zoom and Teams and webinars, etc., which I think was very useful, and we're now able to take that on in a different way. And I see you yourself have some virtual participants as well, which has been a positive, I guess, out of the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020 State of the World Nursing Report called for investment in nurses so that countries can contribute not only to health-related sustainable development goals, targets, but also to education, to gender, to decent work and economic growth. It is for this reason that we welcome the agreement that was signed between the Nursing Council and the CHE, the Council for Higher Education, that will ensure a smooth process whereby nursing college graduates can access the advanced diploma in midwifery and postgraduate diploma programs with ease. The articulation process will go a long way in accelerating and massifying the much-needed nurse and midwifery specialists that will address the country's ever-increasing burden of disease. To achieve this, we will need to put a lot of effort in nursing colleges to be the centers for human resources development in terms of nursing, technology, and physical infrastructure, as these institutions have always maintained a production of over 80% of our pipeline nurses. I see on the program that you are also showcasing public nursing colleges as a center of excellence in higher education landscape. Let us also congratulate the Western Cape College of Nursing for becoming the first nursing college in the country to be accredited and have an intake of 50 students for the bachelor's degree. Staying with matters now relating to nursing education, would like to pose a challenge to nurse academics to partake in contributing to the fight against the scourge of gender-based violence by developing the curricula that addresses priority programs, including, amongst others, forensic nursing, mental health nursing, and infection prevention and control. I think the burden of disease that we have currently and the challenges that we have in these areas necessitate that this is part of the curriculum as well. On matters related to making nursing decent work, our department is working hard to ensure that matters related to the PHCBC are implemented. Following the approval of the policy of nurse uniforms, we took the step of restoration and corporate image to the noble profession in South Africa. Let us also congratulate the 16th Council in contributing to the Excellence Award in Nursing, which is aimed at recognizing and acknowledging the nurse individuals and nursing institutions who excel beyond the normal call of duty by way of a merit award process. It's a wonderful gesture. This gesture will go a long way in motivating nurses countrywide to go further when required as they execute their activities of this noble profession. Congratulations to all of you who will triumph probably tonight when you hear. May you continue to be role models in your areas of work. But I think all of you have made a significant contribution in whichever way you have over the period. I am happy to see that there's going to be a presentation as well on the national health insurance, which would map the way of how South Africa is going to move towards universal health coverage. I am convinced that the discourse from the engagement will make you realize that the success of the NHI is dependent on all of us here and will provide clarity on which professions will provide what services and how they should be working together to deliver these services. What I can say without any shadow of doubt is that the nurses will always be central to the delivery of the national health insurance and the backbone of any healthcare system. Let me turn now to talk a little bit about the Presidential Health Summit. I know there are many colleagues from the nursing profession and the Nursing Council there as well. We had the Presidential Health Summit on the 4th and 5th of May. We actually had it very much in the same room. And we had inputs from various sectors. We had 10 pillars at the summit. And those pillars covered leadership and governance, human resources, infrastructure, medicine and medical products, finance, service delivery, IT issues, private sector involvement, community engagement, and pandemic preparedness. There were a number of lessons and interventions that were derived out of that interaction. And I do think that that would take us forward in terms of the way we deal with these issues in the health system. And certainly, I think the nursing profession has a very important role in that process. As I conclude, I would like to urge that the Nursing Council unite and speak with one voice so that we can be heard. In the previous few months, it has been a pleasure to see nurses come together and celebrate and commemorate their own in a spirit of camaraderie. In March, we all witnessed with pride the repatriation of Sister Koleka Tuniiswa, one of the group of 20 nurses that heeded the call of the African Nurses Congress and made the voyage to Tanzania in 1961 to revive nursing. There at a time when the country faced a nursing crisis, when British nurses chose to leave the country rather than serve under the government. On the 29th of March, nurses came together for the unveiling of the Wall of Remembrance, an occasion to remember and honor their colleagues who perished from COVID-19 pandemic as a part of their call to duty. And then finally, during the recently held International Nurses Day which was held on the 12th of May. We saw the countrywide nurses coming together to celebrate the day despite the challenges you all face in your workplace. I therefore take this opportunity to wish you all the best in this event and a successful nursing Indaba going forward. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, DDG, Dr. Anban Pillay, and also to the Chairperson of Council for giving us the 5-year report of the Council. And we also appreciate the acknowledgement of the role played by the nurses and the promise of the investment to the future of the nurses, as it is the theme for the International Nurses Day. Because you have been a good delegates, in terms of the program, we are supposed to go for tea at 10:35. So I'm just waiting for the signal from Mayor Van Eden, whether I can actually let you go for tea now, so that we are able to finish the program, because in the afternoon, we still have got the awards. So I know that there's a need of change of scene for that particular session. And I think if you look at your programs also, we had set it clear that the discussion will take place after the second session. So that's why I am actually intending to let you go for tea and come back. Time is now 10:05. So I was hoping that if we can come back at 10 to 11, so that we then proceed with the program. So Chair, that's my suggestion. 11. 11:15, okay. So the proposal is that we come back at 11:15 from the tea time. So the second session speakers, if they can take their seats, so that when the new program director comes, he then takes the podium. So thank you very much. I will now like to request you to go and have tea, and we see each other at 11:15. And Dr. Otin, you will be the next program director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But I understand it probably comes to that. Yeah.
With dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who need us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who need us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a few qualities. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare, the caregivers who are present when a new life enters this world, and who holds the hand of those who leave us. A small act of caring, a smile, a kind word, a soft touch, and really listening to your patient sometimes makes all the difference in turning around a patient's situation. So, be that nurse who wakes up and shows up to make a difference, because nursing is your passion. Be that nurse that make others want to be a nurse too. Be that nurse in everything you do. Hashtag be that nurse. You are a nurse. From all the professions on earth, this is the profession that has called you. Being a nurse means you are taking care of someone's life, are worthy of your patient's trust, treat patients with dignity, have compassion and respect, to name but a
This session is going to focus on nursing education, a hot topic in our
few qualities.
currently as we align with the NQF HE-QSF. And so just a couple of announcements while we wait for the last few people to pop in. First of all, we would like to welcome the Malawi representatives who have arrived from the warm heart of Africa. Very welcome to you all. I think for many of us, Malawi has a special place in our hearts. The owner of the Ford Ranger, GBM 272FS, so someone who's traveled from the Free State, your lights are on. So I think you might like to just go and switch them off quickly so that you're not caught out. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our esteemed colleagues who, after their presentations, will be open to questions. And because we're a little bit ahead of time, the organizers have awarded us a little bit of extra time for questions, which I think is important because of this very hot topic in nursing. We are hugely time constrained. Having said we've got a bit of extra time, but I know there's going to be tons of questions. So if we don't get to all your questions, don't despair. You will receive a personal communication after the Indaba responding to your query. So for those online, as Dr. Zuma said earlier, please just jot your question down in the chat. Include your email address and your SANC number so that we can field that question to the right expert and you can get a personal response to it. For those who are in the audience today, again, where you fill in your updated SANC details, there's a book there that you can enter your question in, again with your SANC number and your email address so that we can come back to you. Just a friendly reminder that delegates who have reserved for the dinner tonight attend. It is fully booked, so if you haven't put your name down and organized for the dinner tonight, please don't just turn up because it is fully booked. There's also, as we mentioned earlier, there are people, SANC staff, who will help you to update your details. Obviously, we're trying to get everybody's email addresses and get some more current updated information. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Duma, who holds a PhD from the University of Cape Town. She also has a certificate in sexual assault forensic nursing, so I was very happy to hear Dr. Pillay mention that as an area that we need to look at as a specialization, which she obtained from Johns Hopkins School of Nursing. She's currently serving as a member of the 16th Council, where she's the chairperson of the Education Committee, and she's currently serving, she works in the current capacity as the Dean of Teaching and Learning in the College of Health Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So welcome, Prof. Duma.
Thank you, Dr. Otten. Colleagues, good morning. Hey, those of us who were born before technology, why is it not moving? Anyway, the title that I'm looking at today is, as has been indicated, Governance of the Nursing Education Institutions in South Africa. You will agree with me, colleagues, that the success, which I look at as attaining and retaining the accreditation status of any NEI, depends on accountable and effective governance and sound management practice of the academic processes. However, if there is no governance, then of course, failure to have effective governance structures can lead to the de-accreditation of an accredited NEI, or it can lead to no accreditation at all. Am I getting old? I think I need glasses. It's that light and then this light. The expectation, therefore, colleagues, is that the least that as council we should be doing is to give some guidelines, some guidance on what we understand as governance of the NEIs. We have successfully implemented a number of nursing education policy reforms. You've heard about some of these from the chairperson. And there is a complexity of nursing education institutions in South Africa. I will talk about that a little bit later. And there is also dual regulation of the NEIs as higher education institutions in this country. And this dual regulation is by both the Nursing Act as well as the Higher Education Act. And even internationally, we have the World Health Organization calling for regulation of, nursing education institutions that ensures that there is authority, there is accountability, and also that there is some collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education. All this therefore says we really need to start talking about the governance of nursing education institutions in the country. So what is this governance that I'm using loosely? Governance relates to, it relates to the system in which the NEIs direct and are directed and controlled. Is there something that can be done with that light? It really affects my eyes. Thank you. I beg your pardon? I don't know whether I should move this, but okay. Yeah, maybe if I hold, maybe if we remove the mic. Yeah, because I don't know which one is failing me, or whether it's my eyes or it's my age, but one of them is acting up on me. So the governance of the it's the systems, controls, authority, accountabilities, and all the responsibilities and decision-making of the highest level in the nursing education institution. It looks at everything that we do in making sure that the nursing education institution in the country is well managed in a legal and compliant way. Hence, the big word and all those words that you see there. I indicated that the nursing education institutions are complex in this country. We have both private as well as public nursing education institutions. That's not all. You will find those that are private, which are privately owned and are just single campus, those that have multiple campuses, those are decentralized, and it's the same story even when you look at the public education, nursing education institutions. And in addition, you find that some of them are little divisions or departments or schools within bigger colleges of nursing in the universities or faculties. So all this is really making it very difficult for us to say there can be a one-size-fits-all governance structure. However, we cannot then say just because they are complex like that, therefore they cannot be managed. We still need to have some guidance, some guidelines on how best we can govern these. And of course, in doing that, we are guided by the Higher Education Act, and as well as the Nursing Education, as well as the Nursing Act. In addition, we have the Council for Higher Education, as well as the South African Nursing Council. You can just see how complex this is, how many people that you have to make sure that you meet the requirements, their requirements, so that you remain accredited as an NEI. Just looking at the legal framework guiding the governance of the NEI, we have the Higher Education Act. That one is looking at all the higher education institutions, which in terms of our reforms, we have become part of that. And of course, we have all those other regulations, the main one in terms of the council being the Nursing Act, and then you have the rest of those regulations that I have indicated there. All these are saying, whenever I'm applying and whenever I want to legally comply, I need to make sure, as a person applying for accreditation, I need to make sure that I've looked at all these regulations so that I remain compliant. Now it is refusing. According to the Higher Education Act, these are the structures that constitute governance structure of the NEI. It's the council, but sometimes if you are a small nursing college or a small nursing school, it may not necessarily be called a council, you may call it something else, maybe a board of directors. it's the Senate, it's the Institutional Forum, it's the Student Representative Council. I hope that there are some students also here. All these constitute the governance of an NEI if it has to be compliant. But they all have different roles and responsibilities. The council being the one that is looked at by the public out there. So they are entrusted with looking at the NEI from that perspective. And then there is the Senate, which is looking at all the academic matters of the NEI. And then, of course, the other ones. There could also be many others, but the main ones, according to the Higher Education Act, are those. So this says, oh, there it refuses. Why was it not refusing with other people? So just a quick look at what this structure is doing. The council is the highest level of governance. It's I'm not talking about the South African Nursing Council or the CHE. I'm talking about the institutional council, the council that you need to have in your college, in your university, and in whatever format of the NEI that you have. It's the highest. It has to have the people that are coming from outside. Usually the chairperson comes from outside and should be appointed by the Minister of Higher Education. The membership of the council should be at least 60% external members and 40% internal members, which could be the staff that you have, your students, and all the other structures that you may have that are part and parcel of the council. And then, of course, we have the Senate. Of course, if you're a small institution, nursing education institution, you can maybe not have the Senate as such. Name it whatever you name it, but when we look at the governance of your institution, we will look at it and see if you have it. This is the one where, if it's just about the small nursing college, we expect that the head of nursing is going to be the chair of that Senate. However, if it's a university, of course, your VC or whatever is allowed by that structure is going to be the head of the chair or of the Senate. And then after that, we also then have the Institutional Forum, which advises the council on many things that are happening in the institution. And then, of course, our students' representatives. The functions of the Institutional Council, not the South African Nursing Council, not CHE, but the council that we expect you to have to be compliant. It makes a number of regulations for the institution. It establishes the council committees. It also makes sure that in consultation with the Senate, it establishes other committees that are supposed to function and make sure that they perform all the functions of the NEI. It also appoints all Senate employees of the all senior employees of the NEI in consultation with the Senate. It determines the student admission policy. It also determines with the approval of the Senate, the entrance requirements in different programs, and it determines and provides, with approval of the Senate, student support services that are needed in the NEI. But the main policy is that it has to constantly consult with Senate, which means this 60% of the outsiders cannot come and dictate to the NEI or to the head of the nursing institution. I'm just going to accept that I have to click at least 2 or 3 times for this thing to work. There are differences, of course, in terms of roles. I'm just going to highlight the main ones. The council is responsible for the good governance, governance of the institution. It is also responsible for the vision and mission of the institution, the financials, the financial policy, the budget of the institution, the performance of the institution, how well it is performing in terms of its graduates or diplomates that are being produced, the quality as well as the reputation of the NEI. And of course, it is accountable to the minister. But it is not, no council is responsible or has to be so involved that it manages the NEI on the behalf of nurses or of nurse educators, which is different from the Senate. As the Senate, most of the people in the Senate, of course, are the academics. And these academics are responsible for all matters related to the core business of the NEI, that is academic as well as research functions of the NEI. And also the performance of as any other delegated duties by the council. That is where you, if it's a small college or small school, as the head of the NEI, that is where you are responsible for your day-to-day management and for making sure that all the academic regulations that are required by the South African Nursing Council in terms of nursing education are being implemented. It's not the council that has to tell you, but you have to, it's the other way around. You have to tell the council that our council requires us to do this and that. So having said that, then you can already tell that then there are going to be challenges, especially if you have the council chairperson who is so invested in nursing or so invested in the institution itself that they take it upon themselves that they constantly interfere. Sometimes, of course, they're going to do that because they are forced by circumstances. In terms of maybe the enrollment plans, because they want to make sure that the institution remains viable, they may ask for you to add on the 80 that the South African Nursing Council have given you, having considered all the clinical facilities that you have. They say, no, we need to increase the enrollment plan to maybe 100. No, you cannot do that. You have to stand up and defend or explain the situation because you have been the one that would have done the situational analysis. Appointment and promotions of HODs who do not meet the SANC requirements. That's also another thing, because remember, with the functions of the council, the full council of that institution, they are responsible for appointment of staff. So they are likely that they're going to look at a member of staff and say, she has performed well, she's publishing so much, therefore she needs to be promoted to be the head of nursing, which is something that is going to be a little bit of a different, of a problem if we look at the regulations that are guiding the NEI. Oh, no. Okay, continuing on that, now we're looking at the governance of the NEI from a SANC perspective, because what I've been saying all along is what the Higher Education Act is saying. Now, as the council, we have a responsibility in terms of nursing education, nursing and midwifery education and practice. Among those things, it's how we're going to be accrediting all the NEIs as well as the programs. Therefore, we want to make sure that there is a way in which you are compliant. We have come into terms with the fact that we are working very closely with CHE. So we have this understanding that we have with CHE on how best we're going to be governing the the nursing education as part of the higher education institutions in the country. And that was mentioned some time earlier by Dr. Pillay. Now, as a head of nursing, we have some responsibilities that we expect of you in terms of the governance of an NEI as the South African Nursing Council. We recognize the variety in the nursing education institutions, but still we maintain that the person responsible for all SANC-related nursing education matters is the nurse in charge of that NEI, who is which can either be a unit within a university, a college, a school, or even a hospital, because we know that there are also those nursing education institutions that are owned by hospital boards. The person that we are going to talk to is not the CEO of the hospital. We are going to talk to the nurse or nurse educator. This is, of course, in line with our R173, which I hope that every other nurse or every other nurse educator, especially if they have aspirations of being head of nursing institutions, they are familiar with that regulation. This regulation sets up who the South African Nursing Council expects to be leading in terms of the NEI. It must be a designated person who is registered as a nurse, as a professional nurse with the council, who has qualifications in nursing education, who also has management as a qualification, as well as a person who has at least a bachelor or a program that, or a degree that is higher than what is being offered in that school or nursing education institution. Of course, if you are offering PhDs, at least you must also, as the head of the NEI, have that as well. What we have seen as the South African Nursing Council, especially as Education Committee, is that this is where most of the councils, that is the council, the institutional councils, are found to be wanting. They have appointed people based on maybe their research, maybe based on they've been in the institution for way too long, but they don't have nursing education, but they've done X, Y, and Z, therefore we're promoting them, they can be the head of the nursing education institution. From us as the council, that NEI is no longer compliant. So the governance structure in that one is no longer following the definition that I gave earlier on what is compliance, what is governance compliance. I'm aware that I'm short on time. So as I conclude, colleagues, you've seen how complex this is. I want to say to all of us as the custodians of the Nursing Act and the nursing profession and what it stands for, please let's defend and explain nursing education matters. When in doubt, consult the registrar. The email address is there. 0. Okay, you can help. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Duma. So next up is Dr. Tendani Mabuda. Dr. Mabuda is a professional nurse who has a PhD from WITS. He is the former registrar, or is a former registrar of the South African Nursing Council from 2010 to 2015, and is currently employed by the Provincial Department of Health and Wellness in the Western Cape as the Director of Nursing Education and the Western Cape College of Nursing. Dr. Mabuda is going to talk to us about colleges becoming centers of higher education, a college experience, and I think you heard his accolade from Dr. Pillay. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Good morning. Molweni, Huyamore, Tovela, Arloshing, the Macharoni. Madam Program Director, I think Prof. Duma has made my task very, very simple because she has outlined some of the things that I wanted to start with under the context. But in any case, the agenda is as follows. I'll go through the context, implication of the nursing education and training reforms, overview of Western Cape College of Nursing, our journey as Western Cape College of Nursing, Western Cape Accreditation Project Plan, curriculum development, 5-year enrollment plan, challenges, program accreditation status, where we are now since we started this journey, critical success factors, what made us tick, what made us succeed, and also acknowledgements. As a context, Prof. Duma has alluded to the issue of nursing reforms. These reforms were brought about by the need to move nursing education to higher education, as indicated in the Higher Education Act, as amended. Because if you look into the amendment of 2016, it clearly indicates the institutional types. So, having said that, the other important piece of legislation that provide the context of our operation is the National Qualification Framework Act. As you know, the previous framework level was 1 to 8. Now the new framework is 1 to 10. So with the new nursing qualification, we are to make sure that the qualifications are aligned in terms of the National Qualification Framework Act. That actually should be made such that the qualifications lead to professional registration under the Nursing Act. And if you look into the Nursing Act, Section 31(1) of the Nursing Act, it provides the categories in which nurses will be registered. So this then bounds us as nursing education institution that whatever we train, it must lead to all those categories as indicated in Section 31(1) of the Nursing Act. The other piece of legislation that provided our context as a college to do what we are doing is Regulation R173, which Dr. Duma has expanded on, which talks of accreditation. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't be accredited as an NAI unless you meet requirements of this regulation. And the rest of this regulation, I won't go through them because they only indicate the qualifications in terms of the new dispensation. I would like to zoom in to the government notice 42774. That is the transitional arrangement. As you know, the Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of National Health have signed this type of gazette to indicate that public colleges can now offer qualification on the higher education sub-framework. Now, the importance of this government gazette is that it has therefore mandated all public colleges while they are waiting to be either declared or to be deemed as a public college of higher education, which is the process that we are still awaiting for. This then brings us to the next piece of a regulation or arrangement, which therefore requires that as a public college we are to comply with the 19 criteria of CHE, which was not the case in the past. That's why Prof. Duma has referred to dual accreditation, because in the past we are used to be accredited by only the South African Nursing Council. Of course, we have also taken into consideration as a college the National Strategic Direction, the Human Resource Plan, and in particular, as Western Cape, we are guided by our provincial nursing strategy, which therefore outlines the priorities in the province in terms of training and the need for Western Cape Healthcare 2030. Having said that, what are the implications of those reforms? Quickly, one, the public nursing colleges have to make sure that their infrastructure complies with CHE and SANC accreditation requirements in order to be accredited. Basically, the 19 criteria of CHE and also the accreditation regulation R173. We have also to take note that the new qualifications or the new programs are at different levels. Therefore, there must be a clear understanding of the legacy versus the new programs, which I'll talk about how we have done that as Western Cape College of Nursing. The staffing is another implication. As you all know, with the new qualification, the staffing required is quite different. For instance, all educators must be one level higher than the program they are training. For PGDs, you need somebody to have masters, somebody to have a specialty in that particular program, and also education. All these things were not there when, some of these things were not there when we were teaching the legacy qualification. And of course, the need for infrastructure and ICT support and improvement. This is just in short how the new qualification versus the legacy looks like. I won't go deeper into that. You could see we've got higher certificate at NQF level 5, diploma NQF level 6, advanced diploma NQF level 7, and bachelor at NQF level 8, and postgraduate diplomas, which leads to various specialization. The reason why this is important is because it will direct any public college or any NEI to decide what resources you require to train these programs, which is a key for us as Western Cape, because we have to sit within TechScore to say that for us to offer this, these are the resource implications. Overview of Western Cape in short. We have 3 campuses, one in George, one in Athlone, and one in Worcester. And also we have got a sub-directorate attached to us that deals with nursing education and policy. Just in a snapshot where these colleges are, because it influences our plan. It has influenced our plan. You can see one college is there in Metro, Boland, and Southern Cape Karoo. So they are quite in a very vast area, which has implication in terms of staffing, in terms of transport, arrangement for students, clinical areas, and so forth. Now, this is our journey. You can see this journey is not a smooth journey. There are mountains, there is snow, there are rivers, there are valleys to cross. But as Western Cape, we managed to maneuver that. How did we do that? Just a short background again. Training in Western Cape as far back as 1984 was governed by the Training of Nurses and Midwifery Ordinance of 1984. And fast forward, we moved to 1999, where we signed the Memorandum of Agreement with our 4 universities. That's where we started with a concept of consolidated Western Cape College of Nursing from the 4 individual standalone colleges that were there with the legacy or a history during that particular period. And then we established Western Cape College of Nursing under the Memorandum of Agreement in 1999. Fast forward, 2005, we signed agency agreement with CPUT, which was a big move because at this stage we were to move the college or transfer the college to CPUT so that it can offer higher education qualifications. But between that period and 2010, we put together, because it was still a work in progress, we put together a nursing integrated training framework where somebody spoke of the hospital, Prof. Duma Hospital Nursing School, where we realized that it won't be possible to fund all satellite campuses and uplift them to higher education. Then we consolidated those into those 3 campuses. Fast forward, in 2010, we then also pulled together the Associated Psychiatric Hospital College as part of Western Cape College of Nursing. This college at that time was only specializing in teaching psychiatry. So it then becomes part of Metro East of Western Cape College of Nursing. Fast forward, 2018, there was a major milestone, a watershed agreement mutual agreement between CPUT and Western Cape College of Nursing to say that we are terminating the agency agreement, and therefore mutually agreed CPUT will go on its way and we go back to be part of Western Cape Department of Health. And after that, it means that the college then started to work again on its own. 2019 transitional arrangement, which I've spoken about, and 2020, we started to have one accreditation of R171. And in 2021, then we put together to respond to the governance issues of Dr. Duma. We put together our institutional statute, which then governs the college in terms of your college council, your college senate, and dealing with all those matters of governance. What did we do? We put together an accreditation plan to address the issue of resources required for higher education, which is quite a challenge because you need to put in resources. The department has to intentionally put in money for that project. The resources, under human resources, we realign the organizational structure. We create 2 posts of registrar, academic registrar, corporate services. The Registrar Academic deals with all matters of teaching and learning and student matters, and research, corporate registrar deals with corporate matters. We created a number of other posts, as you can see there, including the library assistants, including senior librarians, and communication and marketing to run our marketing website, because our students apply through the college website. If you click into the College of Health Sciences website, you will be able to visit our college. In response to CHE and SANC accreditation requirements, we also implemented this project under infrastructure, the college, the Health Science College website, and also the learner management system has been put in place. The Moodle is up and running and functional. We also implemented the video conferencing. As you see, our campuses are vast. So we have to make sure that we implement the video conferencing system, because we can as well, one lecturer can stand here and still convey the content to other campuses if needs be. We have also put together an online research platform. Our student can go online, get research material through EBSCO host, including our lecturers can do research through this. We have got a library management system called Symphony, which enables us to manage our library material and make access easier. Our mass is up and running. I just got good news sitting here this morning that we are now open for the 2024 applications. So all the prospective student can apply online. The system is up and running. You can just go to our online website and press the button, load your application, and we are now open for all the 3, 169, 171, 174, and we'll be opening. Thank you. We'll be opening later in July for the PGDs. I'll tell you where we are with the PGDs. And we are having an intake of advanced diploma in midwifery now in June. Right, our simulation laboratory, we have invested a lot of money to buy high fidelity mannequins, and we have also invested on infrastructure project where we do not have a building. We have leased the building, and there's quite a substantial investment to that end. We are also commissioning a new campus at Boland, the Curom building. It is going to be on tender in the next few months. Everything has been done. It's just some administrative process that we need to do. Right, curriculum development. Thank you. Curriculum development. We prioritize the development of all undergraduate program and postgraduate program. Like Dr. Pillay have said, because we consciously, since 2018, have a plan to develop all this curriculum. We are now, you will see in the next slides, accredited for all of this undergraduate program. We put together, we review and set up structures to develop new curriculum. The Registrar Academic lead the development and quality assurance. When you develop a curriculum, you must also put in a quality assurance mechanism for that when you implement. We have a range of structures to assist in this project, like for instance, your academic planning committee, your academic governance committee, your subject coordinators, and also appointed HOD teaching and learning who pulls together the curriculum project. She is our liaison between SANC and CHE. We also started with the project of doing self-assessments on the programs that we have already started implementing, being in particular 171, so that when CHE comes today or tomorrow, we are ready. Of course, governance structures, Prof. Duma, they are there because they are important in ensuring quality assurance. I won't talk much on this slide. It's just our accreditation plan, our enrollment plan. You can see the numbers in red, we phased them out. Those were the numbers when we were still offering legacy and offering them together with our partner CPUT. And then The numbers in black is the numbers that we have planned as the starting numbers. But these numbers will differ according to the numbers accredited by the council. This for PGDs, you could see postgraduate diplomas. Our plan was to teach critical care 30, perioperative 30, mental health, etc., up to primary health care 80. But we have been accredited for different numbers that you will see. Challenges, delays in accreditation of programs. This is a major thing. You are aware, ladies and gentlemen, that for the last 3 years, we have not been training any specialty nursing. There's no output, and we're having COVID. So as a province, from the province, we are saying this is not doing well for us. We have lost nurses, we have no mechanism to replace them. We have lost nurses, and there's no mechanism to replace them. That is a big challenge. Right? A reduced number of students per program, that is a major challenge. If you look into the previous output of our college and the numbers that we are currently accredited, you can tell the story. And if we compare that to our healthcare 2030 framework, we are not going where we should be. Qualification of staff, I've already alluded to that. It's a challenge, although we are working tirelessly. We recruit, but the challenge is retention. Why? Because of something that I'm happy Dr. Marais is here. She knows it's a national problem that we have raised with the national department. Retention. I mean, you can't be triple qualified, but you are not recognized. You are not recognized in terms of salary. Lecturers must be one level higher. I will tell you what we did as a college in terms of dealing with that college. That big thing that we found is as a challenge is that college students are not yet eligible for NSFAS funding. So they are only funded from the department. This is a huge challenge because the department wallet is not that big, and yet the need is high. Right. Program accreditation status, quickly, we are accredited for all undergraduate programs. We are the first college to be accredited for a bachelor in nursing. And lastly, we are also accredited by CHE now and SANC to offer all the 7 PGDs. We are just waiting for, we are just waiting now for SAQA ID registration for the PGDs. And we are working closely with them. Critical success factors, you need collective leadership. You need priority setting. You need change management because you are implementing new things. You need functional governance structures. Prof. Duma has spoken at length about that. Acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge our MEC of Health. She is a star in terms of supporting this project. HOD, TechScore, and all senior managers. .P in terms of supporting us in terms of IT implementation. DOH and DET, SANC, CHE, SAQA, and all internal and external stakeholders. I'm saying you made us who we are. This journey is a journey well traveled because you hold our arm. We walk through the thick and thin. We go up hills and down hills together with you. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mabuda. It gives me pleasure to introduce Dr. Cindy Mthembu. Dr. Mthembu is a professional nurse, and she holds a PhD in nursing and is currently a member of the 16th Council, serving in Education and Training Committee, Human Resources, and the Research Committee. Dr. Mthembu has written and authored 3 nursing textbooks, which are prescribed in various nursing programs. She's presented 23 research papers locally and abroad and published 12 peer-reviewed research papers in different journals. She's currently employed in the Department of Health as the principal of KwaZulu-Natal College of Nursing within the KZN Department of Health. And Dr. Mthembu is going to talk about career pathing from legacy to HEQSF-aligned nursing qualifications. Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you. Can I take back this As an educator, I always bring backup slides. Thank you, Dr. Otten. Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani. Am I audible enough? Good morning, colleagues, everyone in this room, and protocol observed. I'll request the assistance of the support IT for slides so that I don't mess up. Okay. Dr. Otten has already introduced my presentation that I'll be doing career pathing from legacy to higher education qualification sub-framework. I'll just call it HEQSF. Aligned nursing qualifications. And in this presentation, I'll cover the purpose of the presentation, background to NQF Act, critical milestones in terms of articulation of nursing qualifications, HEQSF progressive routes for nurses, legacy versus new nursing qualifications, articulation pathways for nursing qualifications, and then I'll conclude. This is very much a technical presentation, and it will be an easy one. Career pathing for all of us and career growth are important roadmaps for one's professional development and potential growth in one's chosen career. And career planning leads to employee satisfaction and contentment, and it's very important. The purpose of this presentation will be to map out career pathing options for nurses, and therefore we'll look at articulation pathways in terms of NQF, and we'll also look at different nursing categories and their pathway routes. Background. Transformation in higher education in South Africa, spearheaded by the Minister of Higher Education and Training, necessitated transformation in all learning fields, including nursing education, of course. The introduction of HEQSF as part of South African National Qualifications Framework created a need to align the nursing qualifications to an HEQSF. Then the HEQSF provides the basis for integrating all higher education qualifications into the NQF, and also provides a basis for standards development and quality assurance, as Professor Tumef touched on these other issues, in the higher education sector as a whole. And in 2016, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, in line with the provision of Higher Education Act, declared through a notice published in a gazette, as Dr. Maputa has indicated, that the last enrollment date for the first time entering student into academic programs that are non-HEQSF aligned was 31st December 2019. Hence, we saw all the activities for all NEIs to get their programs accredited, so that come 2020, we then started new nursing programs. I'll now just quickly go through the summary of the timelines of NQF Act because it affects where we are in terms of the nursing programs. I'm trying to, oh, no, go back. In 1995, you'll see from the bottom, I was trying to get a pointer, a laser, I'm failing. In 1995, there was a promulgation of USAQA Act, which is the cornerstone of the NQF implementation for all education sector in South Africa. Then in 1998, there was an implementation of the 8-level NQF in South Africa. That's why we started with the NQF. Then 2001, we saw the revision of the NQF. 2009, there was then an implementation from the revision, came up the 10-level NQF, and that's where we are. It started 2009. 2015, there was a whole big project on the alignment of all higher education qualifications with the new NQF, which is 10 levels. We are talking a lot about NQF in this presentation. So what is it? NQF is a means for transforming education and training in South Africa. And it was designed to create a single, integrated, and national education and training framework for the whole nation. So we all have to comply with NQF. It's not coming from the Nursing Council or CHE, but it is an act. It makes it easier for learners to enter into the education and training system and to move and progress within it. In line with the international trends, to ensure quality and comparable standards that are needs-driven and coherent training in the country, a national and now 10-level qualification frameworks that was developed in 2000. Year 2000. This meant that all qualifications offered in the country had to fit into one of these NQF levels that I'm going to unpack, and had to comply with the level requirements, and its implementation is overseen by SAQA. Now let's look at the critical milestones in articulation of nursing qualifications. When the new NQF Act was implemented in 2008, there was a need for alignment of higher education qualifications nationally, which happened between 2011 and 2015. This included nursing qualifications acquired through universities. And that time, the public nursing colleges and some private nursing education institutions were left out of this process because they were not yet part of higher education at the time. The legacy qualifications offered by the public nursing colleges and private NEIs were arbitrarily assigned on the NQF based on the institutional type. And this created a challenge for nurses who trained under legacy qualifications in terms of articulation to the new SANCTV aligned qualifications. And those programs in the main were the R425 diploma nursing, R683 bridging, R2175 EN, and R2176 ENAs were mostly affected. The nurses who underwent the legacy qualifications from public nursing colleges and some private NEIs could not meet the minimum requirements to access the new SANCTV aligned qualifications. Then what the Nursing Council did, then they initiated a gap analysis process to identify similarities and differences between the legacy nursing qualifications and the SANCTV aligned nursing qualifications, which later was presented to CHE with a specific focus on articulation of legacy nursing qualifications into the NQF. The end result of that project of the Nursing Council was an exciting one. We also had the DDG mentioning the joint statement from CHE and Nursing Council on the clear articulation pathways for all legacy nursing programs, which are good news, colleagues. We can now progress upwards. The clear progression routes and articulation pathways for nurses on the HUQSF have been created, and we all are aware of. I'm going to jump these slides, which just project the national role players in terms of curriculum accreditation and approval, which my colleagues have touched on. Now let's look at articulation, which entails the mechanism that enables student mobility within and among the institutions of learning. Articulation process formulate possibilities of connection between qualifications to allow for vertical, lateral, and diagonal movement of students through formal education and training system and its linkages with the world of work. And there are different types of articulation. Vertical, which is articulation across NQF and within NQF sub-framework, that is upward mobility. Horizontal articulation, articulating between and amongst the NQF at the same NQF level. We can make an example of a postgraduate diploma at NQF level 8 and honors at NQF level 8 and diagonal articulation. I'm trying to be quick, time is ticking. This slide I'm trying to get to introduce and see and map out the different categories of nurses within the HUQSF. Okay. Okay, my thing is green and it doesn't capture. Sorry, I'm now like Prof. Doom. Okay, on our extreme left, under NQF levels, I've differentiated the NQF levels from postgraduate, the PG, and undergraduate, UG, and general education and training at the bottom. Then NQF levels stretch from 1 to 10. And then at the bottom, I'm mentioning the NQF level 4 because it's important for us that we get people with matric. So level 4 is matric, and the institution will have specific admission criteria with appropriate subject combination levels of achievement. Then in NQF level 5, for nurses, we find the higher certificate auxiliary nurse, which is a 1-year program. NQF level 6, still under undergraduate, there is a 3-year diploma in nursing R171. Then NQF level 7, we find the advanced diploma in midwifery, which is also a 1-year program. And NQF level 8, still undergrad, it's bachelor in nursing, which will produce a professional nurse with midwifery. And for postgraduate programs, we find NQF level 8 postgraduate diplomas, which are nurse specialist programs. There's also an honors degree at NQF level 8, then 9 masters and 10 doctoral studies. If we look at the other way, we find that there is a GET with all those qualifications, then the higher education qualification sub-framework where we belong and which is very important for us with NQF level 5 to 10 for nurses. And then specific for us on the extreme right bluish column is where we highlight the nursing categories in line with each NQF level, from auxiliary nurse who can actually articulate into a general nurse, a 3-year diploma, a general nurse R171 or R683, I'm still going to unpack that one, can move into advanced midwifery to become a midwife, then it's nurse specialist. So now let's compare legacy nursing qualifications with new nursing qualification, and I saw the same slide from Dr. Mabuda, and he has actually spoken a bit about it. Let me move on because I have better slides than these ones. In terms of articulation of legacy nursing qualification, I want us to look specifically on the categories. For certificate in nursing, the legacy one, auxiliary, and which was categorized as NQF level 3, there is no articulation for it. The nurses in this category can apply for admission to Diploma in Nursing R171. For certificate in enrolled nursing ENs, old ENs, also they were categorized as NQF level 4 and therefore no articulation for them. They can apply for admission to Diploma in Nursing R171 also. And fortunately, in terms of CHE and the secular, we've been permitted 50% RPL for these categories of nursing to articulate, to do their studies, so, and they understand that there's so much of them, you know, in the pipeline, in the pool, and then 50% will assist the profession for them to go up the ladder. For 2-year diploma nursing, which we call them bridging, R683, they are pegged at NQF level 6 and therefore articulate with the R171 diploma in nursing. So for them, they can move to do an advanced diploma midwifery at NQF level 7, which is good news. For R425 diploma, not degree, diploma, the ones that did their training in the nursing, public nursing colleges, they are pegged at NQF level 7, therefore articulate well with the advanced diploma in midwifery. So it means though all those cohorts can move to do a postgraduate diplomas, that is nurse specialist. So career pathways for nursing categories, in short. So the enrolled, starting from the left, the enrolled nurses to R12175, the enrolled nursing auxiliary R2176, and the auxiliary nurse, the new one, R169, can progress to do a diploma in nursing R171 as progressive route. And then for the advanced, for the general nurse, whether R683 bridge nurse or R171, the new diploma nurse, they can progress to do advanced diploma in midwifery as a progressive route. Then the professional nurse and midwife and community and psychiatry R425 diploma or degree, both of them. And the general nurse with midwifery, it can be a bridge nurse with midwifery in terms of 254, the old midwifery, or the advanced diploma in midwifery, new midwifery 1497, and R171, the new diploma with 1497 advanced diploma, they can progress to do postgraduate diplomas as well. In conclusion, career pathways for nurses, very clear. ENAs, the category we call ENAs and ENs, they can go and do a diploma in nursing, DN. General nurses, bridge nurses, even R171, they can progress and do advanced diploma in midwifery, ADM. I'm bringing new terms now. The R425 diploma professional nurse and the degree R425 professional nurse can also progress to do postgraduate diploma nurse specialist of their choice anytime, starting from now. So the upward mobility is a possibility, it's a very much big possibility for all nurses in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mthembu. It now gives me pleasure to invite Dr. Vasudevan up. Dr. Vasudevan is the Education Executive at Life Healthcare Group, and she has a PhD in nursing and is also a professional nurse. She's held several leadership roles at the South African Nursing Council, Nursing Education Association, Academy of Nurses in South Africa, Hospital Association of South Africa, and the International Council for Nurses. She is a nurse leadership and education specialist and has a focus on quality and health information systems in nursing, and is currently supervising master and doctoral candidates as a research associate of Nelson Mandela University. And Dr. Vasudevan's talk is on nursing education in question, technology and social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Penny, for that kind introduction. I really want to thank the South African Nursing Council for inviting me as a speaker, and it's just wonderful to see everybody again. This seems more like a reunion. So to the chairperson, perhaps 5 years is a long time for us to wait to get together. Nurses need to be getting together more often, I think. So when I received the topic, nursing education in question, technology and social media, I just thought this is no longer a question. The pandemic just pushed us into it, okay? And we had to get on with it. So we got into blended learning, and like everything else post the pandemic, we're in a new normal. There's no way we're going back to where we were. And so if we could have a meeting on Teams, we're not going to travel for a one-day meeting, okay? And so the same applies to education. There's no way we're going to abandon all the things we did during the pandemic to actually go back to bricks and mortar, filling classrooms, and standing in front of those students who are actually quite bored, I can tell you. So I think our question has been answered, but I've got to do my work here, right? There's no free lunches. So what I thought we'd speak about is, well, practice drives education. So whatever we're doing has to be informed by what practice needs. We cannot educate without that. Talk about the global direction on digital health, the disruptive educational technology that is upon us, Generation Z students, and what would they like? And I think if you look at those factors, you know, whenever you want to change, there's always got to be a push and a pull. And that's the push, because they're already telling you what, you know, the old is out, in with the new. And we need to start to understand the role of social media in education, the benefits, and obviously the challenges, especially for us here in South Africa, and then talk a little bit about the digital literacy of our educators. And then I think more importantly, what are the areas we want to explore in order to embrace technology, because there's no longer a question about it. So if you just think of it, I mean, there's just such a, rapid evolution of technology in healthcare. And there's no way that is going to stop anytime soon. So there's no signs of abatement. And already we're seeing that it's influencing our nursing curricula. We also notice that nurses are expected to know how to utilize some technology before they enter the workplace. So that's a given. And the latest developments in learning, including virtual learning and adaptive technologies, is upon us. And we need to embrace it and take it forward. And we're also seeing things like virtual conferencing, smartphones and apps. All of that is woven into our students' lifestyle. And I think if we want them to become better students, well, we're going to have to work with that kind of foundation. So by embracing tech, nurse educators impart a holistic, contemporary curriculum that can prepare students for the current landscape of patient care while also equipping them for future trends. And that is why technology is upon us. So I've always maintained that practice drives education. And you will see that countries are working progressively to improve the health of the populations. We're also seeing digital health interventions, and they have been touted as an enabler to achieving our SDG goal number 3. Also, increasing the use of digital health has made healthcare more efficient. I mean, telemedicine during COVID, you could still get your doctor appointments without going to the doctor's rooms. And we have about an estimated 50% of mobile phone users worldwide using health-related apps. And I'm sure if I ask you in this room, many of you are tracking your steps, checking your heart rates, doing all of that on your mobile phones. So I'm not going to take this born before technology story. I don't think that's with us anymore. And health devices have shown immense benefits for remote patients and the general population. And we have to say, how are we going to reach those people in the remote areas? And we've seen the value of telemedicine. So those things are already happening in the hospitals, in our clinics. Our education has to respond to that. We've got to prepare nurses to respond to that kind of environment, and that is the future. In terms of global direction, we saw in the World Health Global Strategy on Digital Health, there's one already in place that actually speaks to promoting healthy lives and well-being initiatives regionally and nationally. And they've got to integrate not only finance, organizational, and human, but also technical resources. So the World Health Organization says that. We also have the World Health Organization Global Strategic Direction for Nursing and Midwifery, and that goes from 21 to 25. And part of that speaks to competency-based education to enable nurses to understand how data is utilized to save time and lives, okay? It also speaks to faculty professional development in the best pedagogical methods and technologies. Informatic nurse leadership skills, we need to look at that. That is a requirement. If we are implementing more of these solutions, we need nurses with informatics because they need to lead the solutions. And finally, it speaks to strong linkages for informatics with chief nurses, including nurses at all touch points are required from the bedside. So even your highest level nurse is expected to embrace this because we've got to be able to understand what we are dealing with. The triad statement also speaks to digital education and learning, and this is on the increase. And the ICN Code for Ethics, if you look at area 1.11, they speak to nurses ensure the use of technology and scientific advances are compatible with safety, dignity, and rights of the patient. And it goes on to speak about artificial intelligence, such as care robots or drones. Nurses ensure care remains person-centered and does not replace human relationships. So the structures have spoken. And I suppose it begs the question, where are we? What have we got in place to make sure that we are providing the safety net to see the implementation of technology, both in education and in practice? Nurses' digital health practices and literacy are important. CPD across the nursing career trajectory is warranted. So we need to start to think of digital literacy as part of our CPD programs. Okay, so disruptive technology in education. I must say, I don't want to sound like a technology buff. I just surround myself with clever people that teach me these things. Okay, and so Andile is busy smiling there because wondering how did she get clever overnight. So, you know, virtual and augmented reality. We've got MOOCs, which are actually free from global leading universities, artificial intelligent apps, and I'm sure you're all seeing trending at the moment on social media, ChatGPT. I think that must be the academic's nightmare. You just don't know who's writing your students' assignments or chapters for their thesis anymore, but it's upon us, and we've got to deal with it. We cannot avoid it. Also, remote learning, once you get a taste of a good thing, there's no way you're going to go back to the old thing. Let's deal with that. And let's start to align our policies and processes accordingly. And finally, big data is upon us. The next push is our Generation Z students. These are the students that are entering nursing at the moment. They are power users of education because they make up the biggest percentage of students. They're digitally native learners. They were born with technology. These are the kids that were watching YouTube, right, when their parents want to keep them busy. They have a deep need for flexibility. Generation Z people want to make good use of their time in their own space, and they're looking for flexibility, especially in learning. And they are at the forefront of all of these technological shifts. And you know, when you have young people that are so involved in technology, it's actually a pleasure having them around because they are the ones that are going to resolve your issues. But we've also seen things like blended learning, and I think most institutions are so familiar with that. And we were so grateful for that allowance to have blended learning with the concept of leaving no student behind, because we felt that we could still get through the curriculum during the pandemic. We also speak about the flipped classroom, simulation-based education, that is really growing in leaps and bounds, gamification, and social media learning. And all of this is available to us in nursing. So we need to understand the role of social media because our learners are already engaging in it. What social media applications do students want to use in their studies? And also compare that to what they use in their free time. How often do they use social media applications for their studies? And also, how often do they use it in their free time? Now, you know, many people are glued to their social media. And, some of us think it's a waste of time, but some people, every day they need to be on the platform. And what are the students' interests in social media? And what are the social media application skills, in terms of our students? We need to become cognizant of this because this is the group we're dealing with. Like we always are so conscious of the customer needs, these are our customers, and we need to take their needs into consideration. So some of the benefits of social media in education, it creates possibilities to share information and develop communication skills. This generation, communication skills, we've got to focus on because they're not very communicative. And so it's going to be a focus for us. It can lead to innovative solutions to transform old methods and ways of thinking. It requires our educators to be innovative and to engage with new methods in education. I think basically it's free, it's easy to use, and it really enhances learning. And the development of education should be student-centered. So if we are wanting to be student-centered, we should be paying attention to all of these aspects. So what are some of the challenges about using technology and social media in education? We have an unstable electricity supply. Okay, I am so pleased that the lights didn't go off yet, all right? But load shedding is upon us, and we know what that feels like, especially if you are doing some kind of collaborative learning with your learners all over the country, and then different parts of the country seem to then have their load shedding stages. I think the cost of technology, all right? It doesn't come cheap. We all have to start to budget for this. And we have to think about it because it comes at a cost. Absence of standards, policies, and guidelines. For me, that is the biggest issue. What is a guideline? What are we saying to NEIs in terms of technology and social media? What would be the minimum requirement for an NEI when it comes to technology? And we should be having this, available as part of our accreditation system and everything else that we put in place. And then finally, readiness of students, educators, institutions, and structures. We have to embrace this, and we have to start to look at the readiness. This is not going to be something we could do overnight, because it's going to cost an arm and a leg, but small incremental changes are going to lead to our big goals, and that's what we're after. So I have to touch on digital literacy for our educators. I mean, we've always said they need to be critical thinkers if they want to create more critical thinkers. But other aspects that they've got to think about is internet safety, digital plagiarism, because with things like ChatGPT, that's going to be upon us, digital search skills, and online identity management because of POPIA. And we need to become conscious of that, and we need to train people. So the actual curriculum of nurse educators also needs to be changed. I think, we've got to think about the future skills in the workplace. What is driving the future skills? It's the people are living longer, so, extreme longevity, rise of smart machines and systems. We're living in a computational world, okay? And we know that everywhere you go, there's some kind of a sensor, there's something that tells you it's computerized. There's new media ecology, superstructured organizations, and globally connected world. We're in a global village. We can connect with people all over the world while we sit here. But the skills that are required for the future include sense-making, novel and adaptive thinking, social intelligence, new media literacy, computational thinking, design mindset, virtual collaboration. Those are the skills that would be expected, and those would be the skills required for workers in the future. So, management of big data, I think, is upon us, and it's something that we're going to have to look at as NEIs, because we also deal with huge amount of data from our students. And we need to know how to manage that, and we cannot function any longer without automated systems in our colleges to manage our data. My apologies. In closing, I want to say the areas for further exploration includes nursing education institutions' cost and access, because this comes at a cost. And if we want employers to invest in technology, they're going to look for a return on investment. And what are we going to say? At the same time, we've got to look at faculty ratios with the use of technology. Can we have less staff to do more using technology? That's going to be the way to go. And we have to reconsider what we're asking for. Nurse educator competencies. Digital literacy needs to be one of the competencies. And what is the technology minimum requirements? Because we get nurses trained at different institutions, and we should have a minimum requirement for the level of technology in any NEI. That's the only way we're going to keep the standard. Governance of technology and social media, we need guidelines. We need to write up our own South African policy. The World Health Organization and ICN have a policy. What are we saying? We need to have something in place. And we need to look at a specialization in nursing informatics. Clinical leads and chief information officers and those kind of things, those are positions nurses would be able to do if we have training for them. And we've long spoken about nursing informatics, and it's about time for us to really embrace that and take it forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. That's great. A subject very close to my heart. So any of my old students know I love technology and nursing education. So now we are lucky enough to have, I think I've just been trying to work it out, sorry, I went too close to those things, I think 15 minutes or so of questions before lunch. So I'm not sure if there's a roving mic in the audience, or if I must run with this one. There should be a roving mic. While we wait for that to start, I'll just remind you again, if we don't get time to address your question, don't despair. Please fill it in on the book outside with your name, your SANC number, and your email address so that we can get one of the experts to come back to you with that question. But while we wait for hands to pop up, I'll just having a look at the online chat. So our colleagues online, there's a question, why only an advanced diploma in midwifery? Because this is causing bottlenecks to accessing the PG DIP for those who have an R683. And perhaps I could direct that to Dr. Mthembu to answer. While she thinks about it, I'll also just say thank you to Sinikiwe Makaza online, who has asked, and it's really an appeal to the South African Nursing Council, if we could please look at more modern ways of distributing the APC, because the post office has pretty much collapsed and we don't seem to get the APC. I think supporting that is to just ask everybody to please make sure that they update their details with an email address so that they can start looking at emailing APCs. If that's an option, I'm not sure. Okay, so questions from the audience. And perhaps you would like to direct your audience to one of the panel members. Okay, so yeah, thanks.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I've got a question here, Program Director. I heard that South African nursing is making a very big effort, and of which we are happy about it, of training nurses and staff. So, but is there any program in place? Because now, as we see, we've got a lot of nurses that are trained at the lower level. Say, I would say for those who are having diplomas and degrees now, who are staying at home. As South African Nursing Council is making this effort of training nurses, wanting us to progress, and of which is a very good step, and we like it because we were called semi-skills for quite a long time, of which we are skilled, and semi-professionals, of which we are professionals. So what is it that you are doing to help those who will be graduating after this new curriculum? So once they finish graduating, they will have to get jobs. Because as we see now, people will learn. But at the end of the day, there is nothing that is done for them to get a job, the job security. And what I'm urging and what I'm asking is that maybe if South African Nursing Council can I mean, like, can fight for these nurses, our nurses, in the government sector now, in the parliament, that we must have a minister that will, that will represent nurses, just nurses, not in the Department of Health, to find that there is a doctor who's representing nurses, of which knows nothing about nursing and the problems that we are facing. So if South African Nursing Council can please get someone that will be in the cabinet, that will represent nurses, that will be our minister, like police and other sectors.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Duma. Perhaps you can try and answer that.
Thank you. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you, although of course it's not in my sphere, but I will try and explain what we do as the South African Nursing Council. We keep statistics of all the nurses that qualify in terms of their programs that they qualify for, and we share this kind of information with the Minister of Health and with the CNO, just alerting them on how far are we, how many nurses do we have, and what is it that is there in the human resource plan of the country. That is how far as the council we go. We get the information known to the people who have a potential of appointing these people, who have a potential of making sure that they also tell us about other programs that we should be encouraging the NEIs to be training on. As you may have heard earlier on with Dr. Pillay, indicating what other programs that are still needed to be developed and to be, for us to make sure that they are out there. When it comes to appointment, council doesn't appoint. But we inform the appointer or the employer or the potential employer to say, these are the numbers that the country has produced. What is your human resource plan as the nation? That's how far I can go. But we hear also of the recommendations that are being made. The chairperson earlier on did say that we are looking forward to issues that are coming forward. Those that are not South African Nursing Council per se are going to be taken to where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ntembu, you want to add something? Do you want to answer the first question I asked from the online?
Yes.
Yeah?
There was a question from the virtual
Thanks.
platform on the advanced diploma in midwifery as the only qualification at NQF level 7. Remember, midwifery was prioritized because most of the postgraduate programs at NQF level 8 requires a midwifery as one of the admission criteria. So it was important that it is prioritized. However, as the Nursing Council has received a lot of comments coming from the profession on a necessity that another advanced diploma at NQF level 7 might be just needed, not just midwifery.
Thank you. Okay, so that's a recommendation that you can also give when we do the panel tomorrow. Yep, okay. If you could please stand up if you are doing a question in the audience. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Where they come from. Maybe introduce who you are.
And also, could you just introduce yourself, where you're from, who you are?
After
Sister Van Heerden from New Somerset Hospital, Greenpoint, Cape Town, as the clinical educator there. Thank you, Mr. Mabuda. I think the question is going to you. There's a major need, and we know that the Western Cape is not growing bigger. Yes, there's a major influx of people of all other provinces coming in there. Add on to what the last speaker, Dr. S, mentioned in the digital platform. So from Checho in my row, she would like to know, can there be online training even in other provinces that can assist so that we can overcome some of the challenges in our province from accommodation to everything else? To Dr. Duma, Prof. Duma, thank you very much. I think we need to attain and retain whatever we did put in place. And there is a lot that we've done in place. But I think for the last speaker, we need to give much, much attention to the digital world so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ayanda Mjali from Eastern Cape. Thank you very much for your presentations, almost all of you. I appreciate them. I'm so happy, especially with that one, where it's going to ensure that the legacy programs, at least those nurses who are there in the hospitals, they can be upgraded. I really appreciate that one. It's going to assist because that career pathway is assisting them, because those are the cadres who are the really backbone, because we can run in all these areas doing conferences, but the people who are touching the patient, if now something is done for them because they were crying, I'm very happy about that one. Secondly, I also want to request to Nursing Council. We are happy, but there are always problems that now PESAL is able to get. We are paying through PESAL, but because there are challenges, I had a question to check, how can you assist? Because when there is a situation where it has not been deducted, now it means come the beginning of the next year, and the nurse has to be restored. Now, if you can assist that employer, because it's the one who failed to ensure by there is implementation, they cannot penalize the nurses. I don't know how, but your assistance in that area. Then the last one, this one is for Dr. Pillay. I'm not sure whether he's still around or we'll take the notes for him. I was expecting that when we was presenting, we all know that animal of OSD. It helped us, but we know that we're a pilot group as nurses. There were lots of challenges, but we're always informed that it's going to be revised. And when we're talking about the COVID management, when we was talking about the COVID, we all know that nurses were in the forefront, but nothing has happened from the government to appreciate the nurses. I would like Nursing Council at least to try and persuade the government that when people have done a good work, when most of the people were staying at home, at least even if it was a once-off something for all the frontliners who were ensuring that COVID pandemic was managed properly. I should think the last one, the real last one. I know that you have done that we enforce that the ComServes, all the institutions, they have to ensure that they are accommodated. But I know there are areas where there are student nurses who are not accommodated all those 3 years or 4 years. Please assist by ensuring that there is an enforcement like in ComServe, even if the employer says we don't have money, but they ensure that the ComServes are accommodated somewhere. But a student nurse who can study and the student nurse is at home, please, I would ask South African Nursing Council to assist us. I thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Session
you.
Chair.
Please, can I ask each delegate who wants to ask a question to keep it to one question? There's 500 people in the hall, and there's lots of people who have got a lot of questions, and we've got 5 minutes left, and we haven't answered the last few. So I think let's take a response to the questions that have been asked in the meantime, and then if we've got time, we'll. Otherwise, I urge you to go and write your question down outside. And please, those who are online, I notice that there's questions coming up there. There's no SANC details, there's no email address, so we won't be able to come back to you if you don't leave that detail against your question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Mabuda?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Program Director. The question was, can we have online training? At this current moment, we don't have online training for nursing programs for simple reason, especially the undergraduate programs, for simple reason that these programs have both theoretical and clinical component. So much of the time when the students are not in class, they are in clinical areas. And the accreditation of this program at this particular moment has no provision for online training as you will do for distance learning. Maybe something that can be looked at in future, but it's not something that we envisage doing currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think most of them were some of the recommendations. The issue of PESAL not coming or not being deducted on time, I think those are the things that the office can just be looking at. But also one may even advise people to constantly check, because you can actually check. As long as you know the name and the SANC number of a person, you can check their registration status. But I want to believe that the office is also here. It's taking down things that are bothering our nurses, and it's something that we need to look into. I think most of the other things, especially from the last person to ask, were mostly towards recommendations on things that we need to look at as the council. And we're going to make sure that the 17th council gets these issues as well as the office.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Bafana Chabalala from the Health and Allied Workers Indaba Trade Union. It shows that our march to the South African Nursing Council was not in vain, because now nurses can articulate, and that was our main reason for us to march to the South African Nursing Council. However, what was not touched is the R171 board exam issue. We have an issue that when students have completed their R171 undergrad, they need to write a board exam. However, they cannot be registered to write for that exams whilst they are still students, which then creates a 6-month gap. For example, there are those that have completed just now in May. They have to wait for the board exams in November, which then contributes to the crisis that we have of supply and demand. And then the issue of governance. I think it's high time that we let nursing education institution move away from Department of Health, meaning they move from provincial government. They then become independent stakeholders, so that it goes to what Dr. Mabuda was saying, NSFAS can be able to fund those institutions. The issue of ICT, we need to have ICT, or rather a technology, as a curriculum part of our curriculum. And then as for load shedding, that is dismantled as we voted, and we have the duty in 2024 to fix that. I thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I am Mrs. Roy. I'm from the Free State. I'm a Director of Nursing. I have a question in relation to the PGDPs. I'm sure we are all aware that lack of specialty nurses, it's a national problem. And we applaud what Western Cape has done. At the same time, we want to know, is there a program to assist other provinces? Because in the presentation of Western Cape, and what we are experiencing in general, is that accreditation is not easy. At the same time, we don't want the standard to be lowered. But is there a possibility of capacitating those that are meeting standards and increasing the quota so that other provinces can be able to still send nurses for training? If we don't have any interim measure, the service is collapsing. Because of one thing, we cannot continue to have nurses that are getting experience. We are at the level where we cannot even appoint managers in specialized areas. Thank you.
Could we just answer those questions first, please? And then we can... Should I take this?
I can take some of these. Let me start with the last one. In terms of the assistance that can come from council or that has come from council, we've already started to work hand in hand with CHE to make sure that certain things like how we accredit happens at the same time. We are always and ever working together with CHE. In terms of the quota, it becomes a little bit difficult because, especially with the postgraduate diplomas, we are creating or producing specialist nurses. We are constrained, or the NEIs are constrained in terms of where they are going to be placing these people for their training. So we may want to say we are going to increase the quotas, but where are they going to practice their nurses? If maybe working together with the NEIs, they can bring in their plan. We always ask for your master plan. How do you intend to do this? Because when we sit and we analyze the programs, the applications, we are guided by the profession. We are guided by the NEI that is applying. We look at you and you saying, I want 50 nurses. I want them to be placed in X, Y, Z. And you tell us who is there in the X, Y, Z. What are the learning opportunities in that place where you want to place your students? So it's a matter of us working together. That is the NEIs that are submitting the application, as well as the office looking at what is it that you have provided. But that plan is key to how many nurses you get allocated. If your plan is not telling us that you have adequate clinical learning facilities, then that is where the issue comes, where we say, yes, you wanted 10, but we think in Grooteskier you can only place 5 because you are not the only player. There is also another NEI and another NEI, as well as doctors and everybody else on this one patient who is maybe in a ventilator because everybody else wants to do critical care. So we need to understand those dynamics in terms of increasing the PGDs. Should I take the other one? The other one was about the board exams, and I'm sure my colleagues will add, just because I have the space now. The board exams, we are learning as we grow. We've just started to see these examinations being done, and we really acknowledge what was brought up with this time lag. And that is one thing that we have put ourselves to say, even if this comes to an end, this 16th council comes to an end at the end of August, we should at least have a plan that is addressing this. We've looked at that, and there are things that are coming to the fore that are saying to us, there's something that we should have looked at as we were benchmarking with other countries that are doing that. So there's work that is happening on that one. And thank you very much for confirming to us that what we have highlighted as HEDCO is as critical to the nursing profession. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Mthembu.
Thanks, Dr. Orton. Maybe let me touch base on the governance of public nursing colleges and they are belonging to Provincial Department of Health. We note the recommendation that is coming through. Currently, all government nursing colleges are part of ordinances of Provincial Health Department. However, we are aware that DHED is working on the policy for government nursing colleges, and we're waiting for that policy that will then guide a way forward on how public nursing colleges are managed going forward. Thanks.
Just to add on this policy, to just inform attendees that the draft policy was circulated, and we are hopeful that it will be concluded, and it will then answer your question in terms of where the public colleges are pegged under the institutional types. That will also assist a great deal because currently we are offering higher education, but we are not completely recognized as such in terms of our students, which is creating a lot of tension also from our SRCs. They keep on asking us this question, which we can't resolve until the policy on institutional types is finalized by DHED. Thank you for raising that.
Thank you.
Dr. Vasudeva, you want to add anything? No. Okay. Okay, next question.
It's here, the next question.
It's me.
Thank you. I'm Madida Malachi from Limpopo, the Nursing Service Manager of LSRAS Hospital. I just want to check regarding the RPL, the 50% permissible access. What does that mean in details? Does that mean we are getting rid of the admission requirements? Because that was the biggest challenges, in particular to assistant nurses, enrolled nurses, when they want to grow within the nursing profession. You'll know the level 4 of maths and science, that issue was a serious monster. Can you, in detail, just unpack what will be happening with the 50%? Does that mean they'll have to write the portfolio of evidence sort of for them to be basically be able to access or further their studies within the nursing profession? And also regarding the RPL, what will then happen to those enrolled nursing assistant and enrolled nurses who are currently at home unemployed regarding the recognition of prior learning? Are you going to accommodate them? And what will then be the criteria? Because as we speak, we've got a lot of assistant nurses, enrolled nurses that we have registered as the council, but they don't have any work, and obviously they can't have any experience. How are you going to manage them so that they obviously grow within the nursing profession? And this is informed precisely with the fact that when you check the legacy qualification, there are those nurses who manage to go to nursing school without maths and science, and now we are changing to the new curriculum. How then are you going to ensure that those people are then accommodated so that they can further their studies within the nursing profession? Thank you.
Next question. Chair, my suggestion is that can we all ask questions and then the panelist there takes notes to answer them all at once to save time? It's a
Yes,
plea.
they are.
Yes, we are speaking to Budibe, a health activist from Trade Union Movement, NAPSU. Chair, it cannot be business as usual. I think we need to stamp this very clear here. and all of us, we are culprits. All of us in this house. Chair, how did it happen that the transition from the legacy to the new curriculum was supposed to stop in our watch? We've watched it. It has stopped completely. Even COVID taught us a big lesson that a nurse who's not qualified in ICU will have to be forced to ventilate that patient, whether they know the ventilator or not. But the history will absorb us to say how many patients died because they were mismanaged, because this was a respiratory emergency. And we might be facing another pandemic that we may not know. That will require the very critical care nurses, trauma nurses, and all the specialties that have come to a stop. And all the speakers I can hear that we are saying there's a problem. We can't have a problem in a conference like this. Nursing Council has to lead this profession, to advocate for the public. Now, how did it happen that the training was stopped in 2019 and it's 2023? We are still having the release letters of the nurses who are supposed to go and specialize. How did it happen? Because this is a transition.
Thank you, sir. Can we finish there so they have time to answer? Lunch is at 1:45.
No, I understand, Chair.
Yeah, so
you see
I think
lunch,
they've got,
yes,
they answer your question.
But Chair, you see, by interjecting me, it's a waste of time of what I have to say here. And this is very critical. The minister is supposed to be here, and we don't see him. And the chief nursing officer is not here. They are supposed to be here to answer those questions that Nursing Council cannot answer. The lecturers have left the nursing education. They've gone to clinical. They've gone to greener pastures. By the time Council of Higher Education, which I can see is a dictator at this moment for accreditation, even though Nursing Council has already accredited. So why do we have to wait for another body when we are the custodian of nursing education? What went wrong? So let's take back our seats. Otherwise, in June, let's start all the post-basic programs and run with them and only resume with a new curriculum when the Council for Higher Education is ready. They are not ready, but people are dying on the ground. So this is a plea, Chair, and the whole House, because it cannot be business as usual and then we go for lunch. We can't go for lunch when people are dying. This is very serious. We want the minister here. The minister must come now. He must come now. He must be called. He must answer these questions. Okay. And the lecturers, you cannot pay the lecturer of the basic program of assistant nurse the same salary as the specialist postgraduate master's lecturer. It cannot be correct. How are you going to recruit them? And how are you going to retain them? They have left. Mr. Mabuda is doing very well in Western Cape, but do we have the lecturers who are going to run with this program? We now have to go virtual. Free State is confirming. We have to run the elementary program like I'm sure Mediclinic and healthcare private is doing. We have to do that to save the collapsed health system. Health system has collapsed. Chairperson, please, can we wake up now unless we want to be litigated? Otherwise, we'll have another recourse. If we have to take the government and all the structures and the higher education, the SACA, to court, we will do that. We will interdict them for having stopped the training of the post.
Thank you. So just to say that lunch is ready now at 1:45 in Serengeti, and it will be served until 13:45. So we would like to ask you to all be back here at 1:45 for the next session. Currently, there's no questions in the book, so if your questions if you haven't had an opportunity to ask, if you could please write them down in the book with your details. Those online, we notice and thank you for your questions, and suggestions. We will get back to you personally. Thank you.
Young gun. Oh yeah, here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Sharp, loud. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sharp, sharp. Sandile Mfishane. 1, 2.
No, 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 put it there.
You can pull it closer if you want to. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't want it to close.
You can still start. Sungaqala mntasekhaya sesi-right here. Kusithola ngendlela.
Buka la. It's on.
Ikhona le. Nase.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. May we be seated for this session? Good afternoon. I am Dr. Hafisa Ali, tasked to chair this session. It's my great pleasure and honor to be chairing this session. And I'd like to say welcome to all of you that are here on this session, and also welcome our colleagues that are on the virtual platform. Just a few points to remind us is that we are time constrained in terms of making sure that we observe the time, and I know that collectively we can do this. And to the panel that is going to be presenting, we are also very cognizant that we need to manage our time. So we are on a very critical session related to the business of the Nursing Council and even the nursing profession per se. The core concepts of this session, my colleagues, are actually issues related to progress and nursing practice standards and strategic initiatives in terms of continuing professional development and unprofessional conduct. And obviously unprofessional conduct cannot go without legal consequences of unprofessional conduct. And then, of course, contemporary role of the professional nursing associations in South Africa. I believe that it's a very rich session, and we are going to benefit a lot because we have leaders and experts in this field. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome our first speaker, and our first speaker is Dr. Zuma. He is a PhD Doctor of Literature and Philosophy, R425 registered nurse and accoucheur, educator and administrator, experience in professional practice, education, research, regulation, administration, and also a lot of experience in the nursing association arena, and a publisher, has served as a DENOSA nursing executive, National Executive Committee, and he is actually on the editorial board. There's a whole lot of information on all our speakers in this document that we have. So you may refer to it for further information. Dr. Zuma, great pleasure to welcome you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dr. Ali. I'm going to present on the progress report on the nursing practice standards. Okay. Now, the SANC mandate, I just wanted to highlight the word practice, because sometimes we hear a lot about education, but I think as part of the 16th Council, we've taken a decision to also strengthen the practice part of our mandate. The chairperson of the council did present that the 16th council had strategic focus areas, one of which was the issue of regulating the profession. And then I think, as you can see there, that the strategic initiative was to develop nursing practice standards for the country, as well as establish an inspectorate system. It is our belief that this is going to go a long way to actually improve the quality of care. So this work was done under the Laws, Practice and Standard Committee, which recommended to council an establishment of a technical working group for standards development. It was actually felt that we shouldn't do this by ourselves, but we must involve various stakeholders in the process. So these were the members of the TWG. I was the chairperson. The deputy chairperson has been Councillor Dr. Geyer, and then also the members are as listed. As you can see, we actually had a provincial representative. We also had private sector representative, but we also had an input from the Office of Health Standard Compliance in order to ensure that we do not create duplication as we do these standards. In terms of establishing the inspectorate, we do have an inspectorate which is led by Megu Pega as a manager and 2 inspectors that have been appointed. This is not enough, but I think as we move along, it will actually be increased. So you will see a lot of the inspections on nursing practice conducted by the council. What we did was to do a desktop review, and then we then developed various versions of the nursing practice standards, and then this actually followed the council approval, and then the council has approved these nursing practice standards subject to the piloting, because the intention is to promulgate them as regulations so that they are enforceable in practice. So the structure of these standards is that they've got a chapter, a domain, a subdomain, a criteria and measures. And then it also had the chapters as they are listed there. The first one is about leadership and management, and then the other one is as listed on the screen. So these standards have been piloted in 8 of the 9 provinces. 1 province remaining is Free State, but I think we are going to be able to do it, but it was just delayed by other logistical issues. But all institutions have welcomed us as we pilot these standards. They have developed quality improvement plans, and then 7 have been submitted, and then 7 are still outstanding. So the pilot finding is that there are best practices in nursing practice management in the midst of the challenges. But these are the critical findings that I think we found, one of which is that there are health establishments and units led by managers without health service management qualifications. Because there are specialty health establishment, like a mental health institution, being managed by a general nurse, not a psychiatric qualified nurse. And I think it starts to show why are we having challenges in terms of the system. We also found that there are policies and SOPs, but these are not adhered to. People just work as they go. We also discovered that there is limited evidence for review of nursing care by supervisors and shift leaders. So my patients get to be seen in the morning, care is rendered, people go off, no review of care in the system. It's not happening everywhere, but there are situations like that. And then we also found the limited evidence of delegation and completion of tasks. Isn't it that we've got a delegation book that people must accept delegation, sign? But sometimes you find that in some units, there was no evidence of people actually being delegated. And there's an issue of nurse code of ethics. And we found that in most institutions it's not available, but we've taken it as a challenge that as council, we are going to actually review this nurses code of ethics and make it available to various institutions. So, in short, those were the findings, and we are currently working on actually refining the standards. But we wanted also to share with you the experience of one institution which actually have experienced our inspection and then have developed a quality improvement plan. And then we've asked Mrs. Mngwango from Inkosi Albert Tuli, who is the manager for monitoring and evaluation, to come and share the stage with me. So I'll ask from the control to maybe project now the presentation of Memwa. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Zuma, and thank you, Dr. Ali. And thank you, SANC, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Mrs. Mngwango, as he has said, from Inkosi Albert Tuli. As we are talking about nursing standard practice, I'm going to be presenting the implementation of the quality improvement plan following inspection. Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, I. Mataba senkosi Albert abavumi. Basilota ne. All right, it's coming. So maybe so that I don't waste time further. After a presentation, I was going to then present this slide to say that the TWG will review the council approved standard based on the pilot results, and then we are actually going to submit for council approval for these standards to be promulgated as regulation, so that you are able to inspect. In other words, once they are promulgated, it won't be a choice whether they are implemented. It will be mandatory for the sake of the patients and the profession at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiko? Aibad. All right. Sorry. All right, so the technical people said that the presentation is not on the system. So, Chair, we'll hand over to you, then we'll come and finish it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Zuma. This will enable us then to go to the next speaker while we are waiting, unless they are sorted out at the moment. Ikona? Are we there? Okay, thank you. Just remember that you've got only 5 minutes.
That's all. Oh, Bagit. Bayala. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, sange nazoke. Yeah, okay, so control lama. Yeah, yeah. Fuye muvani. Nako.
So my presentation outline, I will be looking at the background, and as our facility was visited by SANC, and the definition of quality improvement implementation, as well as the steps that you follow when implementation quality, and the model that we use as a facility, and also with the gap identified. I've only mentioned one. There were a few gaps that they identified, but I will talk only on one gap. Okay. Oh. Okay. Go back now. Okay, for the background, as you know, that the South African Nursing Council is the statutory body that is entrusted to set and maintain standard of nursing, education and practice in the Republic of South Africa, as according to the Nursing Act number 33 of 2005. And in this Nursing Act, in terms of Section 3, it says that the Nursing Council is to establish, improve and control condition, standards and quality nursing education and training. that is inspection of the nursing education and institution as well as clinical facilities. So that is why we were also piloted. So the pilot visit by South African Nursing Council was in November 22 to 25. As you can see, this is our facility. And then with the definition of quality improvement is a process of developing and implementing effective change for improving healthcare delivery as well as health outcomes. So quality improvement is a core component for every health organization and also is a key weapon for our facilities as we are preparing for the national health insurance as well. And implementation is when we are putting those evidence-based change into practice. And effective quality improvement and implementation, it relies only on working together as colleagues. So you cannot do it alone. And also professional regulators and policymakers have to recognize the benefit of training the clinicians in quality improvement implementation. And the quality improvement implementation must be done following facility assessment as well assessed by SANC, IDL assessment, Office of Health Standard Compliance, as well as our patient experience of care surveys, waiting times, and internal assessment that take place in the facilities. As well as for our facility monthly walkabouts, you have to come up with the implementation plan of quality improvement for the gaps that you identify during those rounds. Even during the performance management development system, whenever you do, as we are doing the annual assessment at those activities following the key result areas, if the employer, because now they have to make those targets whether they met them, and then if they haven't met those targets, they have to do the quality improvement plan. And then any audit that's conducted in the facility, you have to come up with the quality improvement plan and to fill those gaps that were found. And then there are steps for quality improvement that you follow. Step one, you have to list the priorities for improvement opportunities. For example, we find that you have done that assessment as SANC did, and we had 3 gaps that are identified. So you have to prioritize them and list which one you start with, because there are quick wins and some they are long-term. I'll give you the example, like maybe you find documentation, and then you define that improvement object. What are you going to do about documentation? Which part? Is it the care plan? And then you concentrate on that, and then you define the requirements that you will need, as well as you collect and analyze the data, whereby you involve, as you said, it needs collaborative, so that we work together with other colleagues. You give them the questionnaire, then they can look at their domains, how can we improve these gaps? And then you select that root cause that you can use, and you generate those potential solution, and then you do those in-service training as well on those gaps identified, so that every stakeholder in the facilities are aware. And then you select the best solution and you implement the solution. As I've made an example of a documentation, maybe you choose the care plan, and then you look, what about the care plan? Is it the way we write? Is it different forms in the nursing documentation, or can you use one form? Or if you are using electronic in the system, maybe you do the observation, and then you have to close and then open another icon to do a care plan. Can we make it one so that it's easier when you look at the patient's notes, everything is in one side? And then you implement the solution, you evaluate the result. That's when you monitor as well what you have done. You standardize. If you need to make an SOP, you develop a standard operating procedure. And then you continue monitoring and sustain. And then I've made the example of a PDSA cycle. That is, you plan, you do, you study, you act. And then, as you know, that you plan, that's when you do your preparation, when you engage the other stakeholders, you make a team. And then when you develop, that is when you start acting on your plan that you have started. And then you monitor in the study cycle. And then with the act, that's when you reassess and you continue monitoring. So as I've said, in our facility, there were gaps, but I've just picked on one. I'll talk about one gap that was found. That gap was that we didn't have an evidence of implementation the SANC CPD processes in the facility. So looking at our PDSA cycle with plan, we started engaging the stakeholders. We conducted a meeting, and then we formed a CPD committee with the terms of reference, and the members were appointed. And then we appoint one CPD champion, one of our assistant nursing manager to be our champion. And then we prepare the documents. And then under develop, that's when we started now to make our plan into action. So ensure that each domain, they're having a CPD file with the lesson plan. We were doing the lesson plan in the facility. We do have staff development where the teaching took place, but we're using our own lesson plan. We didn't use the SANC one that is categorized with the areas of CPD points. So now we have started the new file with those lesson plan according to the SANC template. And we communicated to the staff on that framework using those areas of CPD point, how are they going to get those CPD points. And all our in-service training are aligned with those themes of delivery and required CPD point. And we're having a CPD register in each domain. And under study, we are monitoring the CPD that we've got all the tools available in each domain, and we've designed the log sheet for each staff, and the CPD champion will report in the meeting on quarterly basis. So as we have started, it is an ongoing process that we are doing. So with acting, we are tracking and improving the progress on quarterly monitoring. And then for the conclusion, quality improvement in nursing is initiative created to improve in nursing practice, patient outcomes, system processes, and it improve even work environment and regulatory compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siyabonga, to Inkosi Albert for sharing the experience. I think the conclusion, as I have presented it, that we are developing them into a regulation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuma and ma'am. Thank you for that input. Our next speaker, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to call on Dr. Kay Peterson. She's going to present to us strategic initiatives of the South African Nursing Council, continuing professional development, CPD. You know that it's a buzzword. It's been a buzzword over quite a few years, and I know that we are all looking at implementation. So I'm sure she'll share with us the progress. Dr. Kay Peterson matriculated at Little Flower School in Ikopo, KZN. She obtained her diploma in general nursing science at St. Mary's Hospital in Marion Hill, Natal, and diploma in midwifery and advanced midwifery at the then Baragwanath Hospital, College of Nursing, Beaker Nursing Admin and Community Nursing, Community Health at UNISA, MK Rao, which is now UJ, and also her PhD in CPD from UJ. Let me just say that the details are in the document that we have from our bags, but she is a passionate nurse, midwife. Her vision for the profession is to restore the renowned culture of caring through competent, professional, compassionate nurses and midwives who continually strive to deliver quality patient care. Over to you, Dr. KP. Thank you.
Don't laugh at old school. I'm not depending on technology. If something happens, I've got my papers. Good afternoon to all of you. And thank you, Dr. Ali. All protocol observed. Some of you are looking very sullen. Just smile, please. You'll make me feel more comfortable. Thank you. Now, if we just go to next, I think this thing won't disappoint me. It respects old people, eh? Yeah. The overview, there's the introduction, a brief historical perspective, definition. Many of you are familiar with all this, but repetition is one of the principles of learning, okay? SNC's strategic initiative, that's the CPD pilot rollout, and the purpose of this CPD pilot rollout. And then the milestones achieved, the current status, the way forward. Is it too loud?
No, it's too low.
Too low. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks for caring. A very good nurse. The way forward and closure. I also want to say at this point, because you are in the provinces where this has been happening, and it's so lovely to see the alignment, the practice being rolled out, the CPD, and they're talking to one another. I think it's just brilliant, and the provinces that were involved could actually testify to this. So one gets really excited about this, that it's action, despite all the challenges that you are having. And it's little things that one is grateful for. So at some stage, we need to just be a bit more positive about what's being achieved. Hey, smile, yo. The introduction, the development of a CPD system for nurses and midwives has been a growing priority. My hair has even gone gray since we've been waiting for it, isn't it? It's not news to any of us. And I know some are saying, when is this thing happening? What is going on? I was also very critical from the outside until I was in the council and I saw how complex it is. You benchmark with others, but it's not that simple. Nurses and midwives, are many, and the system is not that simple. To just stand and criticize from outside. My mouth became silent when I was on the inside. Thank you. I needed to say that because I know there are questioning minds, and I just want to silence you for a while. All right. Until you decide to talk, of course, it's your right. Then we know that the council is mandated to determine conditions and rules related to for the practitioners for CPD. And although council is mandated, I'm going to dare to say this. I graduated in 1970. You weren't even born, some of you. And from then we knew to be a safe practitioner, you have got to update yourself. You have got to continue your development with no gun to your head. That I know is a fact, and if you want to differ with me, I won't even listen to you because it's one of the hallmarks of professionalism. However, be it as it may, when you benchmark with other countries, it is linked also to registration, and this is why that edge has been brought in. But for you to pause now and wait for it, ngek. Okay, the brief historical perspective, we know that it's been a priority. There's been an inclusive approach. I've met many of the people that were on the TWG. It was good to see you again. And I need to acknowledge the assistance by PEPFA, and also we have to acknowledge ITEC that provided the financial and technical support. And then we had the stakeholder forum. We all know about that too. We met often. It was inclusive. There was all those that I mentioned, because we dare not exclude anybody. Each one brings their quality, their inputs, their perspective, and whatever was relevant was included in the CPD framework, which was then approved by the council and signed off on the 3rd of March 2023. If you don't have it, you just visit your council's website. Just put SANC CPD framework, it'll come up. Can be lying on your back, in your bed, and you can read it. It's all there on the website. So the definition, we all know the definition, and I'm just going to ask you, I'm going to just go through pertinent points. And I really want you, colleagues, to reflect. Where do you stand as an individual on what I'm just going to highlight? Really, purposefully reflect in terms of the range of learning activities and events to maintain, because you need to identify that. You need to improve your own knowledge, skills, and attitudes. I can be in the labor ward, and I don't even know how to do a pervaginal examination. But only I know the truth. So I need to work on that. Colleagues, I'm choosing this because you do know I know much from the practice area. I've witnessed much and found out much. And how dare you be there and you know that you don't know something and you do nothing about it. So then you also know that you have to practice, and do you, as you are sitting there, do you practice safely, ethically, competently, and legally within your scope of practice? I'm just giving you a minute to think about it. And now, I invite you to share with your neighbor. How did you score on that definition? I'm serious, Angjala Mina. Talk to your neighbor. How did you score? Is anybody confident enough to share with us? How did you score? Silence is golden. Okay. Well done. I think many of you did well, eh? I hope so. The purpose of this presentation is to update you on the Council's strategic initiative, which is the CPD pilot rollout plan. Now, what is this all about, and how did it come about? It was developed, and then it had to be approved by the Council. It's aligned to the SANC's APP for 2022 and 2023, and you will see it has to be now carried on to 2023 to 2024, and you'll see why. And the SANC requested a partnership with the National Department of Health for permission to use their RTCs, but it was also an excellent approach, because you know, if you do things in silo, you don't really enjoy success. And if you do things with relevant partners and with the provinces out there, you are definitely going to win. And undoubtedly so. And I see some beautiful people smiling and nodding. I love you for that. I'll just look at your faces. I'm not going to look at negative faces. And then we were also, our funding came from the philanthropic funds. And we monitor that very strictly because we are accountable for it. Now, what did we have to use for the CPD pilot rollout plan? What activity did we have to use? And brilliantly, Dr. Musweri and everybody, when they put their heads together, with National, I'm naming her because she's just such a passionate midwife, they selected the partogram. And if you look at the increasing medical legal risks and ensuing litigations, from when I was still a young midwife till now, guys, has it worsened? Some of you are answering, others are just quiet. Yeah? It has worsened. So, and especially now public maternity services. I can't talk for the private. I've been a public servant for a lot of my life. In any case, looking at that, to select the partogram, I think it was the best thing since. Thank you. There's somebody who said something. At least you're starting to respond. Eh? You can be disappointing sometimes. All right, then National, what happened? They granted us approval for its implementation in one health district per province, and it was 5 provinces, not 4. It was Gauteng, Mpumalanga, KZN, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. I spoke to somebody briefly, a lovely lady, lunchtime, Western Cape. She said, when were you there? I said, wow, I was there. And it was successfully rolled out. So, Maki, where are you? You all are not communicating. She was from the Western Cape and she looked at me and I spoke so boldly because I was not deceiving her. Yeah. The sample comprised 50% of practicing midwives in PHCs and CHCs in each selected health district. And then SANC sends a communique to the province to agree on a virtual meeting and a date with the selected province. And then what happens at this virtual meeting, they establish the roles and responsibilities of a steering committee and of the CPD champion. And they make it very clear what it's all about, so that when they leave the province, there must be no question. So they really take their time and they have a good discussion. They explain the process of applying for recognition as a CPD provider, because that one seems to take a bit longer for some of the provinces. And then they got forms to complete an attainment of 3 CPD points for the CPD pilot activity. So for the partogram, it's 1 for the ethics and 2 then for the partogram training. And some of you question, you know, the partogram training, we think we know the partogram until you got to apply it in labor ward. And then, wazumoya. Return to the CPD office, all those forms, they return them for evaluation and approval. Then what happens next? They agree on a date for an in-local meeting to go. Then the SANC's office goes to meet with the steering committee and the CPD champ. And what happens there is beautiful now. It's colleagues talking to each other. And they're looking at the detail of the CPD framework. There's lots of questions there and discussions. They conduct training on those CPD forms, and I've listed them all there for you. I don't think I need to go through them, colleagues, because like I said, when you're lying on your back, you can just get it on the website and you can take a look at it. And especially that application for recognition as a CPD provider. So there's 10 forms and they are listed over there, all right? And the CPD activity is the partogram. For other cases, it could be something else. And now if we just look at the steps again, I've just put it there very simply. Step 1, the steering, what happens in the district is step 1, 2, and 3. The steering committee and district clinical specialist teams conducts training on the partogram. The SAND CPD team conducts training on the SAND CPD processes, the forms, and how the significance of having the focus group discussions as all part of the qualitative and quantitative approach that happens. Then step 2, the district continues. The SANC team then leaves. They've done the training, they've been with them, they leave, and the district continues to roll out the training for practitioners, and they fill all those forms they were trained on, and the portfolios of evidence are completed. And then all those completed POEs are returned to the SANC office. So that's step 1, 2, and 3. Then 4, 5, and 6 are done in the SANC CPD office. It acknowledges the receipt of their submission, evaluates their documents, and then the CPD office will notify the province of the outcome of their submission. Are they compliant? Are there amendments? Is there something that they need to do differently? But they engage telephonically, and it's been going very well. Then the last step, there's step 6, evaluation of the provincial pilot rollout. It comes back to the CPD committee, and it's presented by the office, and they tell us all about it and look at it, and then we give our comments also around that. Now we carry on with that. Why the significance of these 6 steps? First of all, it's to evaluate the implementation at a provincial and a district level. Like I said, it's all well and good to have things on paper. You can have wonderful things on paper. But when you have to apply them practically and within your provinces and in a district level and looking at some of the limited resources that they are, it's good to bring all that to the surface so that one is not dreaming this is going to happen, and it's taking longer, but it is so necessary to get deep into it and see what's happening. And then it's also necessary to evaluate the administrative flow at the SANC CPT offices, mind you, because you think you know it all, and then you find, there's still more we need to know. So for both sides, it needs to happen. And then there'll be this formative evaluation happens all the time, qualitative and quantitative, and you inform the changes and improvements to enhance it and what to make this thing successful so that we do it right. We're taking long, thorough, but we want to do it right. And then we chose the partogram, as I told you, and I want to tell you that the midwives welcome this. Midwives that are in the hall, did you welcome it? Oh, come on, man. You showed us a different face in the province. Hey? Yes, you welcomed it, and there was much to learn from it. There was a lot of positive things happening. And I must say also that the relationship between the PHCs, the CHCs, the MOUs, and the referral hospitals improved tremendously because things were happening correctly. Ne? Then you don't refer wrong things. The way forward, the benefits of exposing provinces to the pilot rollout necessitated extending it, because you can't only do the 5 provinces. What about the other 4 provinces? They also need to learn from it, and this is why it's extended to 2023, 2024 APP. We're going to Limpopo, they did now. There's Northwest, Free State, Northern Cape, 1 per quarter. The council approved the rollout to be extended to those 4 provinces, and then the continuing enthusiasm and active participation within the province is greatly appreciated, and you can give yourselves a warm hand of applause. Oh, guys, even that. Okay. You did well. Hi, Ka. Okay, I'm going. The way forward, there's a summative evaluation that will come from all the 9 provinces, and then that will inform the rollout of the CPT plan. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. KP, colleagues. This is a graveyard session, but I can see that we all got revitalized a bit. And just to put in more to that, because as nurses, we've got to subscribe to Jean Watson, the loving kindness, the conscious, loving, and the authentic presence. Can you just turn to your colleague, look at them in the eye, smile at them, and say, I care for you? Come on, colleagues. Come on, colleagues. Loving kindness and authentic presence. Colleagues in the corner, colleagues right in the corner, I see you and we care for you. Colleagues on the virtual platform, Bongani, I've seen you there, we see you on the virtual platform, and we care for you. And we care for all of you, colleagues. Thank you very much. Yes. Dr. KP, thank you very much for that. It now gives me very, very great pleasure to introduce Professor Agnes Makene to you. She is going to speak to us on unprofessional conduct, which is also a core business of South African Nursing Council in us advocating for the communities that we serve, right? So Professor Agnes Makene holds a PhD in nursing education from UJ, MK in nursing education, BK, diplomas in community health nursing science, midwifery and general nursing science. She has 35 years of clinical experience gathered both in the public and private sector. Details of her curriculum vitae, her bio, are also in the document that you received. But allow me to say that she is an associate professor at the University of Johannesburg, and she is the chairperson of the Professional Conduct Committee. So how appropriate that she comes to talk on this topic. Professor Makene, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to be standing in front of you, and the experience is humbling. As Dr. Ali said, that I'm going to present on unprofessional conduct, and I think it's something that we all know as nurses, and it's something that we were taught of, all of us, in our first year of training in nursing. However, we still find that our colleagues still behave unprofessionally. Now, what is unprofessional conduct? Unprofessional conduct refers to a nurse's failure to meet the expected professional and ethical standards and legislation. It involves acts or behavior that may be harmful to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Unprofessional actions could be conduct that negatively affects a professional's ability to practice, or conduct that outright violates one or more provisions of the Nursing Act and the associated regulations. It includes poor ethical competence and neglect of professional guidelines, not respecting patients' rights and dignity, and threatening patients' safety. Unprofessional conduct is a complex phenomenon that is connected to nurses' individual and working backgrounds and has an impact on their work performance. To have nurses reporting their colleagues, because we are each other's watchmen, colleagues, require a higher level of moral courage, and those who report colleagues need adequate support. Now let's look at causes of unprofessional conduct. The first one is failure to maintain currency of professional knowledge and competence. As Dr. KP was talking about, continuous professional development. We each has a responsibility to improve our knowledge. Failure to seek assistance or make appropriate referrals, which is something that we see regularly when we do professional conduct hearings. Difficulties in a professional personal life affecting their work life, alcohol and drug abuse, poor communication or total lack thereof. Failure to appropriately address patients' concerns. Sometimes environmental factors can also lead to us behaving unprofessionally. Personality conflicts leading to unprofessional conduct. We found instances where nurses fight against each other, they even go physical. Complacency about professional standards. Now, when does the South African Nursing Council act? Council will act against a professional when complaints about a professional's unprofessional conduct are lodged with it. And the second instance is when information about unprofessional conduct of nurses come to SANC's attention through media articles. Now, we have ethical, legal, and professional frameworks that guide our behavior as nurses. And that is the Nursing Act 33 of 2005, the Code of Ethics, Regulation 387, Acts and Omissions, and the different scopes of practice for different categories of nurses. This is just a statistical analysis of the cases that we've had and finalized at council, and you will look at this pie graph. We have a high percentage for maternity-related cases. So there is a problem in midwifery practice, Dr. KP, and the midwives in this room. There is a serious problem. We also have a high incidence of medication-related errors, also have poor nursing care as a high statistic of cases that we've had. And the poor nursing care, funnily, that leaves one flabbergasted all the time, colleagues, is nurses don't do basic things. The basic nursing care that we were taught to look after patients, it's things that bring nurses in front of council for disciplinary, and it cannot be like that. Where you find nurses have not monitored patients' vital signs, have not monitored patients' condition, it's really bad, colleagues, and I personally think we need to change the way we do things. And maybe some of us, most of us who are in this room are not active in bedside nursing, But those that report to us and those that we supervise need to change the way we do our daily business. This is, I don't think you will see, I hope you see. It is a type of case per province. And I'm not going to go through the statistics part. However, if you look at Gauteng, we have, sorry colleagues, let me do this. Yes, I said it's type of cases per province, and we have a high incidence of cases that are reported in the Gauteng department, Gauteng province, and KZN, and a lot of them are maternity cases. But let me tell you this, hasten to tell you this, it's because patients in Gauteng and KZN are aware. So, and they report these things. In other provinces, you'll see Northwest has a few, Eastern Cape has a few, Northern Cape has a few, but it's because patients in those provinces do not report unprofessional conduct of nurses. Then we have type of case per nurse category. And we see that with maternity-related cases, we have a high number of registered nurses, and it's obvious why. Because it's professional nurses and registered nurses who deal with maternity cases. And following, it's poor nursing care, and we still have a lot of RNs and ENs, but it's again because RNs are supervisors of the lower categories. Then we also have medication-related cases, and it's because registered nurses or professional nurses are people who usually would administer medication. So that's why we see those statistics, but it's really worrying, colleagues, that this might look like it's not a lot, but it is a lot if one patient is not treated as they should be. Now, in conclusion, it is in our hands as the profession to fix that which is wrong in our profession and be watchmen of our colleagues while we render the best of nursing care that our patients deserve, despite the challenges we face in practice. We are aware there's a lot of challenges, but that is no excuse not to treat patients accordingly. There is and will never be any justification for conducting ourselves unprofessionally. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. McKenna, my chairperson in the Professional Conduct Committee. So she looked after the time before I charged her for unprofessional conduct. You know time management, boss. It's very critical, isn't it so? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. McKenna. Very relevant subject. Colleagues, our next speaker is Ms. Trudy Kasege. She's going to present to us. Am I audible? And this thing is making it uncomfortable. Can you hear? All right. I don't want to hold. Okay. Yeah. Colleagues, Trudy is going to be speaking on legal consequences of unprofessional conduct, which is a continuation of our previous speaker. Ms. Trudy Kaseke is a director of 4 community services in the local government sphere. She started her career as a student nurse at the then Kangwane College of Nursing, currently called Mpumalanga Nursing College. She went on to work as a professional nurse in Mpumalanga, Northwest, Limpopo, and Gauteng provinces. Details are in the document that you had in the pack. However, allow me to say we should all celebrate because Ms. Kasege is an admitted attorney. She's a nurse lawyer. Give her a round of applause. All right? She is an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa. She served her articles and worked at Legal Aid in South Africa. She is tasked by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to advise on suitable legislation that can be adopted by the country, and in handling the high cases of litigation in medical negligence cases that are a challenge in the healthcare system today. It's my great pleasure to welcome attorney, I call her our advocate, Trudy Kaseke. Over to you, Trudy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope I'm going to be audible. Yeah, I am not very clued up when it comes to technology. I'll try. But just to say, I'm quite humbled by being invited to say something in this forum. And I'm going to be saying things that I need to say up front, to put a disclaimer, that I'm going to be saying certain things without prejudice. This will allow me to say what I want to say from my heart, not knowing that no one is going to be called me to court to come and account. I think I've heard Dr. Ali talking about me as a lawyer, but I don't like it when it's not coming out that I am a professional nurse who, who studied under the R425. And I'm saying this for a reason. I'm going to refer to it later on. And also, I went on to do my BK admin at RAU then. And now I remain grateful to Mrs. Chabedi and Professor Marinel, who really mentored me to become the nurse that I think later on I became. So, colleagues, after whatever I'm going to say, I hope I'm going to be motivating nurses, those who are here and those who are on the virtual platform, on one thing, that nurses should not be easily intimidated. Where I am, I've dealt, and I'm in a forum now that I'm not alone. I'm in a panel of 4, advisory panel, where we are looking into a legislation that is going to assist the country with capping the medical negligence claims. And I'm with a lot of professors there, so don't worry if you see me being Ms. Kaseke here and speaking after Professor McCann and all the other professors who are here. I'm just lucky to be finding myself in those situations. But I think what has come out in the discussions of where I'm in the advisory panel is that as we engage a lot of health professionals, the term medical negligence seems to be uncomfortable to medical practitioners, especially doctors. And the questions that are being asked, why are we not calling it nursing negligence? Because all the negligence that we are dealing with come from nurses. And hence I'm coming to say today, nurses should not be easily intimidated. If we can have that, we could halve the litigations that we're having in the country. If we just have nurses who are not easily intimidated, we could halve what we are having as a country. And I'm hoping that as I speak now on what I've been tasked to speak, I'm going to try and highlight something. I'm asked to speak on the consequences of unprofessional conduct when it comes to litigations. Just to define, unprofessional conduct is defined by the Nursing Act as a conduct which is, with regard to the profession of a practitioner, it's improper, it's disgraceful, dishonorable, and unworthy. Maybe I just have to go further and discuss and define what is a conduct in law. A conduct in law, we call it an act, which is an act, is a commission or omission. So when we talk about the conduct, we're saying either you've committed something or you've omitted to do something. And this is what the nursing defines as an unprofessional conduct. You failed to do something or you've done something wrong. So as long as nurses understand that. And a lot of what we are dealing with, where we find ourselves, is because nurses either fail to do something more than doing something, actually. And one of the failure to do something comes from the fact that nurses are easily intimidated. We are intimidated by doctors. I think my history says I've worked at the Office of Standard Compliance, where we're dealing with assessing the health facilities. And one of the things that I picked up was that doctors would just disappear and go and do RWAPs, and the nurses who are there would just keep quiet. They are easily intimidated. And patients die. Patients lose lives. A lot of things happen because nurses are just, scared of talking. I really wish, at least if there's one thing that we can teach nurses, those of us who are sitting here being lecturers in nursing universities and colleges, please teach nurses to understand that they should not be easily intimidated by anyone. I said I trained under the R425. I was in the first cohort, first group. I remember where I trained in Ngangwane, in Elspeth, we were called COM because we were called comprehensive nurses. And I mean, somewhere when I heard that we are going back and we are moving away from producing a comprehensive nurse, I was like, but nursing, why? These people can't be trusted. I mean, I left nursing a few years now. We are going back to train a nurse who's going to finish and not have that psychiatric nursing that helped me to be who I am. I think for me, that's, just to say, I once wrote something, I was talking to a chairperson, I wrote something about an issue that involved the litigations. And one Minister of Health, former Minister of Health, asked that they call me to come to his office. So he came there, was a very enthusiastic minister. I think even where he is now, he's still very enthusiastic. So he came, he spoke, and then after that he said, you know, Trudy, you know where the nursing profession got eroded? It's when they produced these nurses who are having 3 bars. You see these ones with 3 bars. They know nothing, those ones. Now we are taking nurses to train, to go back to train the way they were training. And I said to Minister, I'm a product of that training. He said, no, Trudy, you can't. No, you can't. I'm like, I am. Actually, what that training helped me, by the time I finished training, I could deliver a woman anyway. I met a woman. 1. 2, I could confront any situation because I was taught psychiatric nursing there and then. And the reason why I couldn't be easily intimidated today or anywhere you find me, I'm not easily intimidated, and I thank nursing for that. I'm one of the nurses who didn't just train in nursing and move and to go and do law. Completed in 1990, only left nursing in 2008. So I had a long history of nursing. Went through all the stages, professional nurse, whatever, senior professional nurse, what called CPN, and then I was an operational manager when I left nursing. So I understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about nurses failing to be assertive. Nurses who are easily intimidated by anyone, even the matrons, even senior nurses will intimidate junior nurses, and patients actually, lose life because of that. One of the cases that I dealt with when I was in Gauteng Health was a case where a nurse was doing assessments, I think was doing vital signs, and he saw a patient who was actually, I think the BP was going down, called the sister, please can you come and resuscitate? They said, no, the matron wants a report. And the sister left the patient died because the matron wants a report. This is how nurses operate. Because they are intimidated easily, we lose lives. And as I said, if you can just have nurses who are assertive, who could have what we are having in litigations in the country. And that's my plea to everyone who's listening to me now. So I think a few examples of unprofessional conduct, as I've put them here, engaging in any activities that is a potential of bringing the nursing profession to disrepute, failing to advocate for patients and users, failing to keep a clear, concise, legible, and accurate record of the patient or your user, and acting beyond your scope of practice. I think I've tried to speak on all those things. However, I think when I was training, there were things that I was taught as a student nurse that I don't do. 1, I remember when I was taught that you don't speak in public about what you are doing in the ward. You don't talk about patients in public. When you get into a taxi, I didn't have a car then, but I was told when you get into a taxi or bus, you don't talk about your patients. And how many times are we dealing now with patients, with people who are litigating because nurses either took pictures of them or spoke about their conditions outside, the practice. And this is actually unprofessional conduct as we are talking about it now. And then the other thing that I think we need to be looking back is ethics in nursing. We all did the course in ethics in nursing, I think, as training, and I think that course was very, important. I'm not sure how much it is being stressed now. But ethics of care put emphasis on certain traits which are valued in the nursing profession, which is empathy, compassion, emotional commitment, and willingness to act on behalf of others. As I said, advocating for your patient. This should be coming from the fact that you've emotionally invested in the fact that you want to actually talk for your patient. Therefore, you're not going to allow any doctor to leave a patient and go and make money outside because we are scared of talking to them. Professional ethics in nursing or healthcare also describes the virtue of caring as fundamental and integral in caregiving, thus requiring a nurse to be trustworthy, sensitive when dealing with patients' needs and vulnerabilities, must be respectful, as well as being able to maintain confidentiality amongst other qualities. Ethics teaches the moral principles of respect for autonomy. I think we know those moral principles. Respect for autonomy, treating a patient as an individual and understanding them, non-malfeasance, who do no harm. The fact that in a labor ward, the patient will call and say, sister, I'm delivering, and the sister just allow the patient to deliver, they lose babies. Actually, with the principle that says you shouldn't, the non-malfeasance principle, we break it. Beneficence, where we are actually doing, I think, showing kindness and justice, where we are treating every patient with fairness. This cannot be separated from the ethics of care. They are taught to nursing during training, and if frequently referred to during rendering of care, the outcome of care can improve significantly. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Then law emphasizes on the protection of rights. And I want us to understand that sitting here, or those who are on virtual platforms, that I've heard a lot of health professionals, whether nurses or doctors, blaming lawyers for why are you fighting for patients who are actually litigating. Maybe today we are going to understand why. It's because the law emphasizes on the protection of rights. Unfortunately, where professional ethics are breached, as I was saying before, the law will be invoked to critique such a breach. And then the consequences of an unprofessional conduct on the nursing profession itself. I really tried, because this is a subject that is quite vast. I tried to put a few pointers. On the profession itself, unprofessional conduct actually has rendered the nursing profession to be eroded. The nurse that was there before, the quiet nurse that people liked when we grow up, is no more there, because nurses talk a lot, because nurses say everything. I think we lose our values because of how we also present our profession when we talk to other professionals. And so if we can actually try and stick to what the nursing profession say, we'll be helping ourselves. The relationship and trust with our patients and users also become a problem, where something wrong happens and you don't want to come up and tell the truth at the instance when it's happening. This is actually being unprofessional, because if you're going to lie, then it means you are not telling the person and doing what you're supposed to be doing. Animosity between the multidisciplinary health team. I think if nurses can remain professional, that animosity will be there, because people will feel that you don't want to take orders, but you rather say, I don't want to take orders. If we are doing the wrong thing, I'm going to tell you. But now the animosity that is there is because nurses something will be prescribed, they don't do it, but they actually try and forge that they've done that. The patient recovery ratios also decline when we are actually engaging in unprofessional conduct, because we're supposed to write reports and hand over. We're not doing that, and patients end up dying because we don't know what was supposed to be done, what was done by the last person. There's an increase in adverse outcomes in the health system, and there's an increase in medical litigations. And on the health system as a whole, unprofessional conduct has led to the health system, the service delivery, having funds to be diverted to legal suits, to lawsuits. And on the nurses who are sitting with all these things also have, to suffer low morale, and there's lack of passion for the job. I think if we are sitting in a situation where all the time things are done wrong, and the painful thing is that not all nurses actually engage into this unprofessional conduct. Not all nurses, and those that are trying to do the right thing end up having a low morale, and we can avoid that. So illegal recourse that patients have got when then we've breached the professionalism of nursing, we take it from section 27, where it actually says our patients have got the right. I just highlighted the everyone so that we know. I know we've complained a lot about foreign patients and everything, but unfortunately our constitution says everyone has a right to access healthcare. As long as we understand that, and the fact that the state says the state must take a reasonable step and make legislation to make sure that those rights are taken care of, and no one may be refused emergency treatment. And also, when patients, when something adverse has happened, people have got the right to information, to get the right information to be given to them. I must just know that. And when people maybe write and ask for information, it's because in terms of the constitution they're covered, they need to do so. And then section 34 of our constitution talk about access to court. So everyone has got the right to get into court and to present their cases. Healthcare users rely on the above legislation, amongst others, to enforce their constitutional rights. Then there may be other reasons why healthcare users litigate to enforce their rights. Unfortunately, blaming them does not take away such rights. So we must just know that we can blame them as much as we want, but they've got rights. Improving on the ethics of care by the multidisciplinary health team, that includes the nurses, proper administration of healthcare system, which includes proper planning, monitoring, and evaluation of the healthcare services rendered, can go a long way in reducing the number of adverse outcomes and litigations that we are dealing with in the country.
and the legal consequences of unprofessional conduct is that we violate patients' rights. There's an increase of preventable adverse outcomes that we end up dealing with, especially in midwifery. If you sit and look into the midwifery cases that I've dealt with, I've been in a solo practice where I was dealing with medical litigations. And when you read the file that comes to you, cry, because you think, no, man, there's no way that a person who's wearing size 12 and 13 could have been allowed to deliver a 4.2 baby, NVD. What were the nurses doing? And now we are sitting with the CP and we complain when we find nurses and we find us from the health side blaming everyone who's exercising their right. But these things are things that could have been prevented. And as nurses get then subpoenaed to court to testify. I've dealt with a lot of colleagues who have been called. Some call me because they've been referred by someone that I need to come and sit with them when they're going to go and testify. It's not a nice place to be on cross-examination. I think we are dealing now with a case where someone is even applied to say, can the court take away cameras and everything? Because it's not nice. So if nurses are going to allow themselves to be dragged to courts to testify on things that they could have been prevented by just being assertive. Be assertive even with your matron when they force you to be nursing patients alone. Please learn to say, no, I can't. Because you're avoiding yourself, from getting into trouble just because you were scared of standing for your rights. And then we pay a lot of litigation suits, which then becomes a vicious cycle that we don't have money for service delivery when it comes to healthcare issues. And then I've sort of put a few possible recommendations. We have to accept first that we have a serious problem. I think that for me, that's the first thing. That if all sitting here can accept that we've got a problem and that needs to be attended to, and stop blaming the lawyers who come with briefcase and stop blaming everyone, just say we've got a problem here. How can we deal with it? And then also improve on the recruitment and selection and processes. I don't know, when I trained as a nurse, I think we went through interviews, and I used to have a sister at college who say, your occiput will face the hospital if you don't do this. So we trained, we knew that we have to do the right thing because our occiput is going to face the hospital or the college. But the people that we are training now, I am not sure whether they even understand why they get into nursing and why they get to be trained. But someone actually said to me, no, we are training a lot of people that we have been forced by politicians to train. And again, I say, where's the assertiveness? Why do we agree? Why do we agree? I know you are going to say you are scared, but learn to try and not be scared. Put more emphasis on nursing ethics when you are training nurses, and try and to have role models wherever we can to do mentoring on and strengthening the positive use of technology. I think we talk about technology, and I don't want to interfere with it, but I've seen a lot of cases again when I was in practice where nurses were playing with their cell phones and ignored to look after patients. If you can actually turn the use of technology positively, it can bring good results for us. But currently, it's not used for what's supposed to be used. And also, then we can create forums where we deal with adverse outcomes. At the instance when they're happening, not to wait until people litigate. I think it seems impossible until done, as I quoted from the old man. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy, our nurse, our lawyer. That was that presentation, together with Dr. McKenna's. You will agree with me that they really served to refresh our memories and to redirect in terms of where we should be going with unprofessional conduct. Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Simon Hlungwane, who is going to be presenting on the contemporary role of professional nursing associations in South Africa. Simon Hlungwane is a registered nurse and a accoucheur with a baccalaureate curationis degree, education and administration from the University of Johannesburg, my very own student, together with my UJ colleagues that are here. He holds certificates in hospital management and integrated health and wellness management, obtained from the University of Witwatersrand School of Management in 2018. Details of him are presented, but I'd just like to highlight that he is the current president of the Democratic Nursing Organization of South Africa, that is DENOSA, and His valuable experience also includes serving in different bargaining chambers within the public service, and he is a member of the Central Executive Committee of COSATU. A big welcome to you, Simon. Thank you.
Where's that keyboard? And then the black one is this
Yeah.
one. Oh, my time started before I got here. And I've just seen that we are at 3 o'clock. I was supposed to start at 3:20. I do pray that I should save you your 20 minutes, from 2 minutes from your 20 minutes that you allocated to me. But by so doing, it means I must cut all the protocol and just say I appreciate the invitation from the Nursing Council that is led by the chairperson here today. And greetings to everyone. So that should cut the matter short. I've been asked to speak to the topic that you can see over there. It is my wish that I can just refer you to the historical part of our country and the profession, and then talk to the present, as well as to propose what the future would look like in terms of the NNA. We would know that the NNA means the National Nurses Association, or you can say the National Nursing Association. But historically, it's important for me that I should mention where we're coming from as a country, that in the year, before the year 1968 and before the year 1973, South Africa was represented through an NNA, because being an NNA, you don't just become an NNA. You get registered to be an NNA and called an NNA. So in 1968, Unison, which was the major public service union in the UK, went to ICN and said, you can't have in ICN an NNA from South Africa because the one that you have, which was SANA at that time, does not represent all the nurses of that country. As a result, UK pushed that South Africa, through SANA, should be removed from the ICN, which is the International Council of Nurses, something that they could not win in 1968 until the CNR meeting, which is the Council of National Representatives, in 1973. They managed to win, and majority then voted that they should be disaffiliated, and that's how South Africa was removed from the ICN at that time. But post-democracy, we should remember that through DINOSA, in 1998, we were readmitted, and this is why DINOSA is called an NNA. You will remember as well that ICN has got an affiliation of 130 NNAs globally, and they represent around 29 million nurses at large. That is the mission of the ICN. I do hope it's easy to find even on the website, so I should just skip that one. You will remember that in 1994, when SANA, after post-democracy, SANA was still an NNA, but in 1996, DINOSA was then born, and through the amalgamation of all the previous national associations, because there used to be KwaZulu Nursing Association, Gazankulu Nurses Association, Transkei Nurses Association, Venda Nurses Association, Buputatswana. Then there was that amalgamation and bringing together of all of them to form what we call today DINOSA. And we realized that as DINOSA, there is a weak representation of the labor movement part of the nurses themselves, as they would have remained professionals only. And this is what made DINOSA to be registered as well as the union, so it's got both wings in that regard. And the wing that deals with the professional part is called the Membership Servicing Department. The aim here is to work towards a profession of happinesses. But you cannot have happinesses if on a daily basis they're just dragging themselves. And they're not happy at all. There's many challenges which they are confronted with and not able to deal with. So they are part of many other issues that we look into addressing in order to address that, part of which is advocating for health in all policies. You'll remember the slide that I said, the mission of the ICN. By doing so, we're influencing the national, regional, and world policies on nursing and health, including within our country and different fora. You would remember that during the COVID-19, we would have, with many others, fought to ensure that there is mandatory provision of PPEs, and we do know that part of that came with many challenges, as you know, our country at some point. People were provided with gloves, masks, some of which were, some of the masks were even written not for use in the medical environment. But it goes back to what Sis Trudy was saying, the assertiveness. You see the mask is written not for use in the medical environment, and you go and wear it, and you go to a COVID-19 critical care unit. That's what was happening at that time. But the advocacy role remains that we should be doing that, and we also fought for the isolation of exposed healthcare workers in general, so that they do not affect the other nurses or any other public servants or healthcare providers at that particular point at that time. And we advocate for health practices towards attaining, for fair health practices towards attaining what we call the universal health coverage. And in South Africa, we call it an NHI, as you would know. We are pushing towards that goal to be realized for the country. We also then represent and advocating for the improvement of socio-economic conditions of nurses through collective bargaining. It will be a fallacy if we believe that a nurse is complete if the socio-economic conditions of that nurse are not addressed. You can't say you are a happy nurse if your salary is not meeting your needs. You can't say you are a happy nurse if you have no money to feed your own children. You can't say you are a happy nurse if you don't have shelter. That's why it's important that the socio-economic conditions of nurses must also be addressed and cannot be ignored as if they are non-starter in that regard. We also advocate for the career pathing. I think we spoke a lot about this thing with other speakers. And then conflict resolution between the employers, be it private or government, as well as provision of protection, legal protection of nurses. In this regard, we're talking about indemnity. In case you are a nurse and you are sued, you are able, therefore, to be protected in that we provide a certain indemnity so that you don't have to be sued and you end up having your house or your car or your pension being attached for the negligence or omissions that you would have in this regard done. The other thing is that we're advancing the nursing profession in general. And in this point, there are many other issues that we do, but I want to indicate that we have the nursing journal, and as you can see, it provides for an opportunity for nurses to shine in terms of their own profession, in terms of the research that they do, in that they're able to publish in that space, but it also helps other nurses and the government and also health providers to see if they cannot advance in terms of service delivery models that they have based on the research that we have. So all those points that I've mentioned over there seeks to advance the profession itself in our country as efforts that we make. The celebration of International Nurses Day in the country currently is countrywide. It is not by mistake, neither is it by default. It is because of the hard sweats that most of us, in particular the NNA, fought for. I remember very well that in 2007, I was in Gauteng. That time, it was a taboo to have a government department even budgeting for an International Nurses Day. But to date, we have governments that are celebrating and even putting a budget for it to that effect. But the celebration of the IND helps us to network. It also helps us to expose our profession and the role that it plays throughout. Those who know, at that time in 1996, 1998, when we were still, some of us in high school at that time, they would say that it used to be what we call the Nurses' Day of Prayer. But the Nurses' Day of Prayer was not an International Nurses Day, because International Nurses Day was adopted in 1958 by the ICN to have a particular theme and all that. Right now, everybody in the country understands how to celebrate IND. Some would celebrate IND in a different date, not on the 12th of May. Some would create their own theme, but this year and all these recent years, everyone is talking about IND. People understand the theme. People understand when we talk about the Charter for Change, they already have information in that. It only comes because the NNA had to do a lot of work in the country to make sure that it is clearly understood and celebrated by everybody. We lobby for the establishment of the directorates in the provinces to ensure that there's good administration of nursing in terms of the well management to improve nursing profession in the provinces. I do know that you will find some other provinces, if there was a directorate, and I'm not poking any province, but if there was a chief nursing officer of the province, when that person goes, then the post disappears. It remains the role of the NNA to push that we engage the provinces to make sure that there is those posts. If somebody leaves, then we replace that person so that you don't destroy the profession. I know there are many other provinces, I just won't quote them, but it is uncalled for, because even the nursing strategy that was signed by Minister Mtsoaledi in 2013, it was saying there should be establishment of directorates in the provinces to ensure that there's better management of nursing in the provinces, because you know, it goes without saying that this is the backbone of the healthcare, and you have majority of nurses that are taking care of the population in general, and therefore you need to also take care of them. We must lobby for a better health budget. This matter talks to the nurses as an example of what Sis Trudy was talking about. Nurses are tired. Let me also say this. SANC, when SANC goes to inspect institutions, you go to Clinic A, the nurses will be told, go and borrow a machine from the other side to bring this side. It is only because there's not enough budget, and this is the reason why the NNA, everyone else, including SANC and the departments, we must fight this war together as nursing profession. Imagine going to borrow a machine next door, you bring it here, they inspect you today, when they go, you take the machine back. You still don't have a resource at all. So we are actually defeating ourselves as nurses profession. So this is the area that talks to the budget. I was just making an example. We harness the voice of nursing through the quad, and this is to be led through the Office of the Chief Nursing Officer. I know it has been challenged until 2017 was not working well, but the quad is the NNA, the Academic Nursing Council, and the Ministry of Health. So it's the 4 components of nursing that we have in the country. We are the first to have hosted the first scientific conference in 2011 in the country, the first, the second, and the third, and now we're planning to host the 4th one. Creating the platform for professional dialogue, social and professional dialogue for that matter. We initiated training through the Dinosa Professional Institute, where we had trainings for leadership for change, nurse management seminars, nurse manager seminars, healthy living campaigns, as well as projects such as the project for non-communicable diseases in the profession to make sure that nurses are healthy, as we would have had many of those challenges at that particular time. We have a provision of bursaries to nurses who want to study further and so on, but also we have a provision for travel grant and research grants. For example, nurses who came here today, if they were aware and members, they could have even applied for assistance, financial, to come here. And that is the role of an NNA, to make sure that nurses are well taken care of. It goes even beyond. You can attend a scientific conference elsewhere outside of the country, you will still be funded a portion of the amount and all that. But in the region, we assisted the Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique to establish the nursing council. You may wonder, the nursing council in those countries, you may wonder why Dinosa and not SANC. It is our role to ensure that if the other countries are better off, they have good regulation, because we were shocked when they tell us they don't have a nursing council, and we asked, so how are you regulated? And to them it was just normal. And you would get a nurse of Mozambique who would say, I work 30 days non-stop. And you realize that things are not okay. How do you then prevent adverse events? In Botswana, we assisted Bonu. In Zambia, we assisted Zuno to transform into a socio-economic component with the NNA in it. We had a project called Canadian Nurses Association, and we call it, funded by Canadian Nurses Association, but we call it Citizen Care of the Carer. We started this project when HIV was a real problem in the country, but it was meant to support nurses in the country. And the same model was copied by Swaziland, Eswatini, as well as Lesotho. So it's a part of the work that we have done in terms of best practice sharing within the country. And we affiliate to strategic organizations, ICN, Southern African Network of Nurses and Midwives, Hexacon, Commonwealth Nurses and Midwifery Federation, the BRICS Nursing Forum, and many others that we find that we have a common goal. We have successfully, if we were to look into the NNA and the politics in the past, successfully advocated for recognition of patients' rights, children's rights, nurses' rights. It did not come just as a given, but for it to be recognized and also placed and make sure that it becomes a fundamental part of provision of care. Successfully lobbied for the inclusion of nurses at executive levels of management. Example is that the CNO that we have at the current moment, it was announced by President Thabo Mbeki in 2006 when we were in a DINOSA Congress in Durban, and we said, President Mbeki, we want the chief nursing officer of the country to be copied from other countries, and he announced that it shall be done. It only took time that it happened in 2013 thereafter, until Dr. Makana was seconded from KZN to that position. But it is the hard sweats and the work of that we did. And that's why we say most provinces do have, but we must have the same in all provinces to ensure that that is the case. We advocated for the recognition of nurses' role in the delivery of healthcare services, including strategic level. Right now, to be a CEO, it's no longer said you must be a doctor only, medical doctor. It's because we fought and said this is discriminatory. Nurses are capable, even if you are qualified with all management, even if you had an MBA, you would not be considered in the past for the CEO, chief director, or the director of a district. They would not be considered for that level. But we fought for it, and one classical example is that the biggest hospital in the hemisphere was led by Ms. Joanna Mure, who was the first nurse CEO of that very big hospital, and we will always be grateful that it was because of the hard work that we did. Advocating for better healthcare, provision of wellness in the workplace, we just fight for that. Recognition of the role played by nurses by giving the awards, and for that matter, we want to even broaden it and grow it a little bit further. Also giving the funeral assistance, and also lobby for bursaries for the children of nurses. We have a scheme with Old Mutual Education Trust that provides for that. Another thing that we're trying to fight for is to ensure that, how do we make sure that nurses who died in the line of duty during COVID-19, their children are educated? It's part of what we are in the project of trying to get. We work towards resuscitation of the quad, as mentioned that. We're working towards coordinating nursing societies in the country, because not all of them are currently coordinated, but it should be our will that we should be coordinating, but also it's the core function of an NNA that we should be doing that. We should partner in order to ensure that we embrace technology and assist, and then we expand the nursing awards. I think I mentioned the issue of the scientific conference coming, and we lobby governments to ensure that we block unethical recruitment, as we know that the Western world wants to recruit in South Africa more than 5,000 nurses only this year, and the next years will be more, end up pumping a lot of money. In conclusion, it is to say that DINOSA promotes and advocates for quality nursing care with good adherence to standards of care, policies and guidelines to improve quality of nursing and also limit litigations, as you would have heard. We would like to continuously engage with the Nursing Council on issues that are affecting nursing in order to be part of the solution. We also would like to engage with higher education, higher learning institutions when there are changes, to be part of the solution and communication. We also would like to encourage all nurses to join the NNA in South Africa in order to stand as one powerful, strong unit or a solid block that can never be defeated when we make and speak for our voice. We say, as our motto, united we care and share. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hlungwane, for the presentation, which gave us a broad overview from history right till the contemporary issues right now. Thank you very much. That is very useful. Colleagues, allow me to thank all the speakers, but they are here because that is taking us now to the next session, which is a panel discussion. Now, the panel discussion, there are certain rules that I'd like to read out for the panel discussion. The one is that we are going to be allowing 20 minutes for the panel discussion, and then the panel discussion is questions are going to be requested from you, one question per delegate, and please be mindful of time, all right? We are looking at least 1 minute to 2 minutes in terms of you posing your question. right? And then we are also looking at the panel discussion is questions and answers, not standing there and giving a whole biography or a mini thesis of something, right? So it's questions and answers based on the topics that were presented within this session. And to our colleagues that are virtual, I can see you have already posed some questions there and even some suggestions and recommendations, which is good. And if we do not respond to all of them, please make sure that you've put down your name and your SANC number, because you are going to be getting responses in terms of those questions. Something else that I'd like to talk about there is that when you are posing a question, colleagues, please, you'll raise your hands. There are roving mics, and I'd like us to get some responses from that end, okay? I'm not sure whether it's because there's more light this side, perhaps, and then maybe because the chairperson and the board is sitting on this side, I don't know. But let us hear right from that side, and introduce yourselves, tell us where you're from, and you pose your question in a concise manner. And you are free to also direct the question to any of the panelist members who are actually going to be dealing with your question in terms of their specializations. Over to you, with raising your hands. The roving mics will come to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Lekheto from the Northwest Department of Health. My question is directed to...
Where is Doctor? Can you kindly stand up, please? Okay. Thank you very much. All protocols observed.
My question is directed to Prof. Makhene. From the presentation, it is quite clear that the council is investigating a number of cases relating to misconduct. Now, my question is, why does it take years for the council to conclude cases of misconduct? Thank you.
Dr. McKenna, Professor McKenna.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me say, it doesn't take years for council to finalize cases. It depends on the information that needs to be collected by council when they're investigating a case. And most of the time, we hit a snag as council. Now I'm talking as a council member. We hit a snag when we go to hospital and ask managers in the hospitals to provide us with documents that are related to patient care. And that is one of the reasons that might lead to a case taking years to be finalized. And may I also hasten that it also depends on when we have a case set down and the nurses come and say, to a hearing for instance, they come and say, and we ask them, do you have a representative or a legal representative that would speak on your behalf, and they don't have a representative and the case, and they say, I would like to have somebody representing me, then the case is postponed. And remember that the cases for the professional conduct cases are not every month. Meetings, hearing meetings or professional conduct hearings are spread. We have 4 meetings in a year. That could be another thing that maybe you would look as delaying to finalize cases. But also we have representatives coming in and asking for postponement of cases. And lastly, before I give over to Ms. Kaseke to also add something, lastly, may I just say, this 16th council, and I'm not, speaking about somebody or saying things that could be seen or interpreted negatively. But this 16 council found a big backlog of cases when we started with our term of office in 2018. And to this day, council is already dealing with cases that happened in 2022, 2023. So we've managed to clear the backlog. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Makene. Ma'am Kasege, did you have something to add on to there?
No, I think.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. We are going to take 4 questions. There are 4 members on the panel. Let us just take them one time and they will note themselves. And please indicate to who your question is directed at. Did we have somebody from the extreme row? Okay, the next row. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Hlungwane. Thank you for advocating for our profession. I just wanted to elaborate on what you have just said. You said that you are there to ensure that our health practices are supported for us to attain universal health coverage. But I just want to highlight one thing. Where there is role conflict now between nursing leadership and the unions, in such a way that it impacts negatively on patient care. I just want to ask Uguti, how can you assist us in ensuring that there is role clarification between these parties, which does not cause a role conflict? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hlungwane, I'm hoping you noted that question. Can we have another question from this row?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Isaac Namelang speaking from the Platinum Province. I just have one comment and a question. We need to get to a point of clarifying the role of both the South African Nursing Council and the Department of Health, especially when we get to issues of cases. Because we find our nurses being subjected to a disciplinary misconduct, not because of their own doing, but it's because of the material conditions that they find themselves in. The facility doesn't have even an oxygen cylinder. That should be provided by the department, but South African Nursing Council lays a charge. It was just a comment on the lighter note. I think the panel member responsible will touch on that. But lastly, just to pose a question, but also a way forward to the next council that is coming. When are we reviewing the Act 33 of 2005? When are we reviewing that? Because from where I'm sitting, it still belongs to the old terrains, and it's really taking us back. When are we reviewing that? Because it's not saying good and it's not sitting well with us. We still feel like it's still oppressive, the Nursing Act, and it needs to be reviewed as soon as yesterday.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
You have posed a question about the Nursing Council and the Department of Health. So your question ought to have ended there, but we take note of your second question. A reminder to everybody, you are allowed one question, because there's a lot of delegates here that we must also hear. Thank you very much, and again, let us be mindful of time.
Thank you.
So that was the second question, am I correct? Okay,
Yes.
Third question.
Gwena
this side.
Manamela from Dinosa. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair. Yeah.
All right. Where are you?
Here.
Okay.
This side, Chair.
No, it's me.
The glare.
Yes,
the glare.
yes,
I
yes,
can't
yes,
see
yes.
it.
So, Chair, I was saying,
I can see, you see, because I've blocked the light. Okay.
there is a conflict of question.
Oh, proceed.
Can I proceed?
Proceed.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Chair, I said it's Gwena Manamela from Dinosa. I think going forward, President of Dinosa, there is no need for us to march against each other, for example, to the Nursing Council. This is the question. I'll be brief. Is it possible for us to have a super Indaba wherein all that we are talking about, the quad, can all be involved so that we get all the questions in one house? And maybe setting the tone again to the 17th council. Is it possible, President, that we can put on board progressive board members? Because in each and every sitting, or many of the sittings that we have, SANC becomes an agenda item. We complain about SANC. We must march to SANC. We must do that. Is it possible for us to put on board progressive, and how can we participate in that process, setting the tone for the and the one for the cases, President, is the last one. I think they can take it from the table. This thing of using the media as a source of information for SANC to follow the cases. I don't know about its legitimacy, but they can answer on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more question that we're taking from this end.
Is it not me?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. No, it's Budibe again. Chair, I think there was a proposal here that says we should have the Minister of Nursing. And I think from our nurse lawyer sitting there, this highest decision-making body, which is the Indaba, before or after the council, must make a decision today to recommend to the president of the country that we need a nurse minister who will be sitting with us here once in 5 years to listen and to take all the concerns and implement it. Because we are sitting in this crisis because of that particular crisis.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. You presented your case before. It is a recommendation which has been noted. Let us pause there and respond to the questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will be responding to the other questions because I asked for 4 questions, Honorable.
But they jumped me.
You will be the next one. Thank you. Panel, you may respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to respond to the question. I'm not sure, I think it's Dr. Lekgeto, who asked the question about the Department of Health and Council both disciplining the nurse where in instances where the nurse did not have a conducive working environment. I hope I'm capturing you well, although it's not a verbatim quote, but that's how I understand what you were saying. I just want to say, taking from what Ms. Kaseke said about nurses being intimidated, it's true. Nurses find themselves in unconducive environment and they soldier on and not make a noise about, I don't have equipment, I can't do this. They take on whatever they're expected to do. So taking on, you actually say you will deliver to the best of your ability. And when you don't deliver to your best of your ability, council has an objective to act in protection of the patient. And let me say, council does not act willy-nilly. It acts because a complaint is lodged with them. And council is also expected to act when they see an article in the newspaper or something on the TV, like there's a case that was on carte blanche. In instances like that, council by law is expected to act. So there is no way that council can turn a blind eye for things that are posted in media that involves unprofessional conduct from nursing. It's unfortunate. It's legislated, council has to act. So I'm saying, in cases where a nurse found themselves to have, not deliver as they were expected and they are reported to council, when we sit for the hearings, we look at all aspects that led to an incident. And where a nurse did not have the necessary resources to help them to deliver care at their, best, council doesn't sentence that or pose a sanction against that nurse. There are nurses that we've said, but here you're not wrong. And in recommendations, we've actually said we need to summon managers because they are responsible for providing resources for nurses that are in practice. Thank you.
I think I had some, I think it's 2 questions that were directed at me, and I wish to respond to those. But I think the first one is to say that I think what is important is to have proactive dialogue in order to drive or even have engagements that will assist us as the profession to have strategies that will deal and mitigate the way forward and ensure that we prevent any other mishaps in future. So for me, the answer to the second question is more of a proactive dialogue than anything else. And I think everything is possible, provided we are committed and willing to do so. When it comes to the question of role clarification, I just want to also start with making sure that we all understand that there's questions of rights. Rights, it's a question of legislation. So you would have a shop steward has a right to represent the member. That does not constitute conflict. It constitutes the rights and obligations that that person should provide as a shop steward to the member to that effect. However, I think what we need in terms of role clarification is assertive management training for particular people who will be managing institutions and anyone who will be providing care and you are expected to manage other people. There's nothing wrong with a manager conducting progressive discipline. The only thing you need to know is how to do it in terms of the steps and so on. So sometimes management loses cases against an employee, only to find that it's only because a manager who's a supervisor at that level is not able to know what to do, and then in the process miss the steps, and then we call it technical, based on technical errors of the processing. Therefore, the process has been flawed. But I do think that if we can, as a profession, produce well-grounded organic intellectuals who are very assertive, they can be able to manage much better. And if they don't have, we'll then conduct training in order to build capacity towards them to ensure that they are proactive. But what we would not survive as a profession, it's when we think we will improvise. By improvisation means if I don't have enough staff or equipment, therefore I will force my subordinates to make sure that things must happen, even though the environment does not allow. So it means we must be such that we are proactive and can able to fight, and maybe not physically fight, because sometimes we use the word fight and people take it somehow, but advocate and be assertive and say to management, these are the requirements for me to be able to deliver service, because otherwise universal health coverage will be a pipe dream that will never be realized. For as long as nurses are told you must improvise, the time to improvise is gone. Let's provide a resilient healthcare services in terms of nursing and make sure that all things and all systems are okay. Once nursing council is able to come and inspect us without notifying us, we should be able to know that I can sleep knowing that even if they come and inspect me, I am okay, including the Office of Health Standard Compliance. It doesn't have to be you start cleaning when they are coming, when all along the area of a toilet is always dirty and nobody can even use it, even yourselves. But we expect those toilets to be used by the patients themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hlungwane. Responses from the panel?
Okay, thanks, on now. I just wanted to sort of throw in two things. One was already been answered by Prof. Mahene. The issue where the example of an oxygen was given, that there's no oxygen and nurse get disciplined. I want to bring something that we picked up when you go to the 16th Council, where there was a tendency by nurses who were brought to PCC to plead guilty. And that tendency actually, I think, was unfair. We've tried to deal with that. One, the guilty plea that was being brought by the representative was not even written down. And later on, when you look into why the nurse pleaded guilty, it was because there was no oxygen. And you say, but why did the nurse plead guilty? So unfortunately, the PCC, once you plead guilty, they need to actually then come up with a sanction because we have pleaded guilty on something that you're not supposed to plead guilty. So I would then plead with my former colleagues. I was a former shop steward when I was in nursing, that let's not get into a tendency of getting into the PCC and just pleading guilty. Because I think we've recently dealt with the case where nurses were even struck off the roll, because when the nurses went to court for an incident that happened in one province, those nurses were told by their representative to say plead guilty, and the representative and the lawyer agreed to plead guilty. Those poor nurses were struck off the roll and they suffered for many years. And when we had to deal with their case later on, actually we picked up that this was all came from the situation of saying plead guilty, I'm going to mitigate. As an attorney, I don't encourage anyone to plead guilty if they've got a case that we can defend. We actually fight the case until the end. So I think sitting here as nurses, again, it is the issue of not wanting to be assertive when you're dealing with your cases. No one must push you to say now that you're coming to PCC, plead guilty. Because we've seen, I mean, the consequences of that is actually not a good one. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you, Ma'am Katsede, thank you. I'm just going to take last two questions. Gentlemen there, just one question. 1 minute. And ma'am, one question, 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Vusumuzi Cembi from Mpumalanga. Mrs. Kaseke actually indicated that we must not be intimidated. I feel being intimidated now by our lady chairperson. So I'm not going to allow that.
All protocols observed.
South African Nurses Council, I think it's the body that it's very big. And South Africa also is a big country. But there is a problem that has not been touched for many years. Since my father was a nurse and he retired in 1968, till today, I'm going to retire soon. The issue of South African Nursing Council offices. I was thinking that maybe they're going to kind of talk about it now, but they don't talk about it. We've got only one offices. I remember years ago, some people from Cape Town have to travel from Cape Town to Pretoria just for their things to be done. But still, there are no offices. Why is that? What are you planning to do about this issue? Because it has been an issue for decades, but there's nothing that has been done about it. Can we just find the answer, Uguti? What is it really that are you planning to do in the near future about offices of South African Nursing Council? Uguti abe only in Pretoria, and other places they don't have. It's like we don't exist actually.
No.
So. Number two, sorry, I said
Sorry,
I'm not
Chair.
going to be intimidated.
Sorry, sorry. We have given you time for one question, and that question about the officers is not even in line with what has been discussed now, because it was clear that the questions must be related to this, but your question is going to be answered through the portal or whatever in terms of the
there is a question that
protocol,
is in line.
But I'm going to the next step.
There is a question.
I am going to the next step, colleague. Thank you very much. You may take a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good
afternoon.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Ethel Lindenmarsh.
Who's
I'm
speaking?
from the
Oh.
Western Cape.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question is relevant to the discussions today. related with everything that we have discussed, and thank you very much, very relevant for where we are at in nursing. And the one question I have, which talks to everything that we have spoken about today, which I really am very disappointed that we don't have a Department of Health representation, especially from our national office. And I would then pose the question to anyone on the panel, especially to SANC and the union representation.
Representatives from the Department of Health are here at very senior level.
Thank
So
you.
you may pose your question, but
Thank
just
you.
remember it must be concise, it must be direct.
Yes, so the
We are out of time.
So the question I have is, everything have been said about where nursing is today, but I think the one thing that we are struggling with, which we have tried in the Western Cape to propose, which wasn't supported by our departmental heads, is the matter related to safe nursing norms. So I want to pose the question, when is that going to really be a serious agenda item where we get proper guidelines from our national department and SANC on safe nursing norms? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Roving mic to Ma'am Kobi, or who is it who's going to answer to that question? Thank you. Okay. Who is going to answer to that question? Dr. Matandela is here. Dr. Kobi Mare is here. One of you, very, very briefly, because we're not going to be going into all the theories of staffing norms. It's just for you to mention where we are.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't know whether I must ask my question.
No, we are looking for someone who's going to be responding to the nursing norms. To the nursing norms. I thought you was from the Department of Health. Questions are finished now. We are responding.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Dr. Matanela from the National
Yes,
Department
thank
of
you.
Health.
Acting CNO, I think. Yes.
No, Dr. Mare is the acting CNO. I'm a
okay.
director in nursing practice.
Okay, thank you.
We have started working on activities that are dealing with nursing workforce, and we are having a technical working group that is having a representative from Western Cape, from Grooteskier, Mr. Dawood Peters. So I think what is critical is our colleagues that are in technical working groups should be updating colleagues, because that is one activity in the financial year 21-22 that we are dealing with it aggressively so, because we are aware that currently the country is not having nursing norms, and it becomes very difficult for nurse managers when they have to motivate for additional staff. So that is an agenda that the Office of the Chief Nursing Officer has actually started with it from the financial year 21-22. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Zuma was going to respond to one question, and that will be the last one before we go to closure.
Yeah. Oh, I think I have a mic, yes. Thank you. I wanted to just respond on the issue of the Nursing Act amendment, to say that the Nursing Act 33 of 2005 has been submitted for a possible review. So when it is published, it is expected that members are going to be able to participate in those. I did ask for permission from my chair to respond to the issue of one office or regional offices. And the view is that there shall be one Pretoria office for the Nursing Council, whilst we are engaging in actually ensuring that we speed up service response to the members. So I think in the current form of things, there is no intention to spread the offices, but we are working hard to ensure that we respond to you within the shortest possible time in terms of your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuma. Colleagues, thank you very much for coming to the day one of the conference, of the Indaba. And what we have done this morning is presentation of the strategic plan of the Nursing Council, and then we had inputs from the National Department of Health. The DDG was here, who acknowledged the inputs from the nurses and in terms of the COVID pandemic. And then we went on to the second session where issues of education were looked at, all right? And then the third session is this one. I want to thank all of you for your inputs and for being here till the end of the day. Allow me to just remind you that the awards dinner is going to be tonight in venue Terminal A. I have been informed that there have been several cancellations for tonight. So those of you that want to attend, feel free to attend, but you go to the back. I think there's a place where you need to register because we still need to monitor the seats. All right, and then you need to register your names because seatings are in alphabetical order or something to that effect, but just be mindful as to where you are going to be seated. So the program is starting at 18:30, but please be there well before time so that the program starts professionally on time. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panelists, for being very good, for being a very good audience, and even our colleagues that are on the virtual platform. Some of you have asked for presentations to be availed. So I've just been given feedback that the office is going to avail the presentations sometime next week. Thank you very much. You have a good evening. Thank you.